The truth is, I know exactly one Ray Charles song, and that's only because it was in the Blues Brothers.
Okay, then. And hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yes, I am indeed Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and this is indeed the Open Chat. And in the right hand seat, doing the co pilot duties, we do indeed have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. How are you, dear?
I didn't give you permission to talk to me. No, I'm kidding. Hey, what's up? How's it? No, life is pretty stable right now as lives go, I guess. I
Oh,
don't know. You?
yay. I am so happy to know that the machine problems have, I guess, been solved.
Well, more or less. I mean, it was touch and go there for a while because they had replaced my CPU. But then when and for a day, the computer seemed to work just fine. And then the next day, it kept making this beeping noise. It didn't even do the pre flight check on the BIOS, right?
Oh
Uh,
boy. Okay.
Eventually, I mean, I don't even know if I figured out what was going wrong, but everyone was telling me check and make sure everything's secure. So I poked and prodded and like tried to make sure that everything was plugged in correctly and all the RAM was seated correctly and yada yada yada. And now it seems to work just fine. I have no idea what the problem was, but for a day there I was panicking my ass off
Oh yeah, I
because
know.
yeah, yeah.
You were not a happy
So
lady that day. No.
I was not. I was flipping right the fuck out. I mean, if for no other reason than because this is really my only access to the internet now that my Chromebook is kind of on the dead side. Mind you,
Uh huh.
Chromebooks suck anyway, so fuck it. But regardless, yeah, I was in a bad place the other day. Much better now. Oh, speaking of which,
Yes, dear.
I need to get in shape again. Apparently, because all right, walking from Hillcrest to Mission Valley is downhill on the way. Walking back, on the other hand, is kind of the opposite. And on my way back up the hill, and believe it or not, I actually had my mask down around my chin whenever no one was near because I could not fucking breathe through it as I was
Mm.
exerting myself. I stopped and got a bottle of water at a machine I saw. And, I thought I was drinking it sparingly enough, but my body disagreed. So I vomited pure water onto the ground halfway home.
Oh no,
And
not
I'm
good.
thinking I need to get my ass back into shape because that's usually what happens when you're not in shape properly. Mind you, it is a very novel experience throwing up water. Like my stomach was mostly empty, breakfast wasn't there anymore, so I didn't like barf up any actual solids,
Okay.
and really no stomach acid came with it either. So really it was just water going the other way. And
Ah.
I'm not sure I can describe it properly, but it's not that bad and is actually weirdly entertaining after the fact.
All right.
And
I've
I'm
wondered about you
specifying
before, but
I'm specifying after the fact because during it sucked pretty hard. But
yes, I can
after the
imagine.
fact, it was like, wow, that was weird, and it'll probably never happen again.
Oh man, but yeah, I've had the fun of vomiting up nothing but stomach acid quite a few times recently. I won't say it's worrying. It's something I'm expecting, but it's still not one of those things that you appreciate having. Oh well, what are you going to do? Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is why I say that when it's just water and not stomach acid or food, it's not that bad. If there had been some food in there, I would not have been as happy a camper.
Yeah, I can halfway imagine. It's been a long time since I've barfed up food, so I really can't.
Yeah.
I can't remember quite how bad it is. I remember that it's not good, but
No.
yeah, one of these things.
And usually, when I've had bad food, it kind of evacuates from the other end.
Uh huh. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think I've ever actually had food poisoning, like strictly speaking, food poisoning. I hear stories, but I don't think I've been there.
I think, if I remember correctly, I actually had a case of food poisoning, possibly from bad milk, when I was quite young. I think I might have been 10 or 11 years old at the time. and yeah,
I
it was
see.
not fun at all.
Yeah, I can't imagine it would be. I'm just as glad to have skipped the experience, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, I'm happy you got to. Definitely, definitely, definitely.
Uh,
And
Although,
oh,
and I don't mean to harp too much on Jim Jeffries. I've recently become a bit of a fan of his stand up, but he does a great routine about when he and his son got food poisoning. It's absolutely hilarious. Mind you, it'd be nice if he would talk about poop a little bit less in his routines, but still.
okay then.
He mentions fecal matter rather more than a person ought. But other than that, I think he's hilarious.
Oh my! And then over here, we've had a little fun stuff going on as far as that goes. I got a delivery a day early yesterday. I got my T-shirt. You guys, yeah, all kinds of fun. I don't know if you can pick this out or not. It's not coming on over there.
It says, I'm a oh, it's the Christian thing. Got it. All
Yep.
right.
Yeah, I thought I was going to get it tomorrow, but here I got it today, and it's like, yeah, now I can wear it around town.
Well, I mean, okay, hold on a moment then. If we are going to talk about t-shirts,
oh boy.
yeah, let's just, okay, so I may have to move the microphone, or maybe not. I got, oop, this.
If you want to move it a little toward the oh geez, it's my
Hold on,
right. It's a
hold on.
little closer to
I've
that
been
thing
trying
with
to,
the now it's
I
now
was
it's
just,
looking better. I took my
I
meds
was just
today.
trying to
Yeah.
maneuver it around the microphone is the point. And the weird thing is it looks blue, but it's actually purple, bright purple.
Okay then. Yay.
And I also got that.
Okay, wait a minute. I don't. The first word is missing. The THC, the word before it is missing.
It says healthcare.
Oh, Balquesando. Okay, then. I like it. I like it. I like it. It's
Yeah.
wonderful the way that is embedded in there. Yes. You got the really
But
nice T-shirts over there. This thing over, I've seen better screen printing, but oh well. What are you gonna do?
mm, yeah, that tolerance cleanse I did not do much.
Yeah, I saw you complain a little bit about that. It just made you, what was it, a lot less hungry?
Yeah, that was about it. And also I think it probably messed with my emotions a bit, but in fact it feels remarkably like PMS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my,
Except
oh my.
obviously the hunger pangs are reversed for some reason. But
Yeah, yeah. But that's really weird. But what do you? I guess you just has to keep it coming, huh? Never mind the
yeah, I
tolerance
mean,
cleansing. Just go for it.
I guess what I'm trying to do now is keep it steady but less frequent. You know
Okay.
what I
Okay.
mean?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
On again, off again, one day on, one day off kind of stuff. You know.
Yeah, that's more or less the way I used to do it. I mean, I was more a weekend smoker than anything else. And yeah, it was in my college days mostly. Well, the first time around my college days. Um, and then very infrequently when I'd go visit a friend of mine, he always had the stuff around for pain. It was not with a medical marijuana card, but nonetheless, he was doing it mostly for pain. But then, it would be, hey, here, let's have a little. He would always insist on sharing. So, yeah, but that was a while ago because, oh, Jesus, he died about 3 years ago, I think. So,
Hmm.
yeah. Um, but what is to do on that sort of thing? Um, but yeah, speaking of
Uh,
what?
No, so I'm trying to read the katakana in the chat there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no idea what I could conceivably try to do.
Well, no, don't worry about it. It's just
You know
I don't know.
me, I'm gonna worry about it.
Okay, let's see. So Japanese to English. I should know this, whatever it is, but oh, it just says bionic dance. Okay.
Oh, okay, okay. What was the one that you would do for an opening? Would it Bionic Dance or something like that?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean that's what this spells out. It's been too long since I've read katakana, and like I am actually right now taking online Japanese courses. I don't know if you're familiar with the site Verbling, but what you do is you
No, you've
actually
mentioned it,
hire
but hmm?
you basically you do a it's almost like a Zoom meeting, but using their website, where you get a one-on-one lesson in a foreign language. And I've wanted to learn Japanese for a good long time, so I'm taking lessons through Verbling now.
Okay, that sounds like a lot of fun. It really does. I wonder if that is something I should. What do you have going over there? Is what? Do
That's my
you get
textbook.
a workbook?
It's my textbook.
Oh
Now the thing
wow!
is, I actually wasn't sure about this textbook at first, but it's okay. Which only makes sense if you understand Japanese. That Genki is like okay or fine in Japanese. You see, so it's
Alrighty then. Okay.
yeah. Anyone who speaks Japanese will get it. They might not still think it's funny,
For the
but they would
try.
get it. Yeah.
Oh my
There's that.
word! And speaking of things in Pennsylvania, this was something interesting I saw yesterday. And this kind of ties in with the thumbnail that we've got going here. Here in Pittsburgh, a federal judge struck down a set of restrictions that our governor Tom Ridge had put into place back in May. Most of them are gone bye by now, but that's another story entirely. But he ruled that it was in opposition to the First and 14th Amendments for him to have these COVID restrictions in place. And what I'm thinking of here is this could be kind of dangerous because basically what he said was public health is no reason to restrict, if you will, the rights and freedoms of the general populace in the way that the Ridge restrictions did. Now, I don't know. I forget if I said this or not. The judge was a Trump appointee,
Oh, of
so of
course.
course. But I don't know. This is a little dangerous as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if it sounds as
Well,
dangerous to you as it does to me, or
it sounds dangerous. The weird part is that I can understand his reasoning in a way. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. The problem is that he's like standing on principle to his own detriment and to the detriment of everyone who he can get to agree with him and follow him. But I mean, like, I get it, you know? Oh, the public good, screw that. I get to do whatever the hell I want, and you don't get to restrict my freedom to do it. Like, I get it. It's just, no. Yeah, like, very letter, but not spirit of the law is what he's doing.
yes, I mean, I thought this sort of thing was already dealt with, if you'll excuse the shitty grammar. I forget what the decision was, but it was essentially you may not yell fire in a crowded theater. It was something involving a labor protest back in, what was it, maybe.
I mean, I know what you're talking about, but
Oh,
it's kind of the opposite of that, really.
yeah, well, in other words, the. What do we have over here? Oh my word. Oh God, I love it. I love every minute of this. Did you do this?
No, no, I found it.
Oh, okay, but yeah, God, it's just, I'm seeing
Oops.
that. Yeah, but it's the sort of thing where um, you place restrictions on people saying whatever they want to say for the public good, such that people don't get trampled to death. And in here, you place restrictions on where people go and how many of them can go there in order to attempt to ameliorate any problems with communicable diseases.
Well, I
That's what I
mean,
was
like,
thinking.
the thing is that there are certain laws that have to be super general, but at the same time, if they are super general, then when something comes up that has to be an exception to it, there's really no way to properly define how to implement that exception.
Yeah,
Because, if
yeah.
you just say, like, yeah, free speech right up until it conflicts with the public good, well, who determines that, whether it's conflicting with the public good or not? So it's like you could say, oh, a disease is clearly for the public good, but then someone could also go, well, it's clearly for the public good that we have prayer in school or something. So being able to define those lines in an unchallengeable way and an unexploitable way has got to be difficult, if
Well,
not impossible.
I was going to say, it sounds as if it would be impossible to do that in a codifiable way. One would have to rely on rational people.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah, I know. That's the point.
yeah. So I mean, like, if there was a thing where it's if you give this information out, it will like cause something like what was that thing with Churchill and the village that he didn't tell was going to be bombed by the Germans
Oh,
because if they knew that was it
right.
Coventry? Was it
Yes.
Coventry?
I
Okay,
do
so
not
like
remember which
yeah,
film. Does anybody out there remember?
I think it was Coventry, but whatever. The point is that if that information had gotten out, it would have been so much worse than just that one place getting bombed. And so it's like you can make an argument that withholding information or not allowing information to be disseminated can be for the public good, but then who makes that determination? How do you keep the checks and balances in place to make sure that the quote unquote public good isn't more like the good of the people saying this is for the public good?
That too, and it was yeah, it was indeed Coventry. Yeah, I got this out of WinstonChurchill.org. Um, so yeah, you've got the Coventry Blitz, you've got Coventry, what really happened, all that good stuff. Let's see here. Did Churchill allow Coventry to be bombed? 70 years since Germany launched one of the most devastating bombing raids of World War II on Coventry. But did Winston Churchill have prior warning of the attack? Um,
It's not that important, right? There was a
right.
point being made, and yeah.
I'm the one who
Oh,
always takes things a little
something
too
I wanted to
far.
say to Doc Okta. I've used Duolingo to learn languages. The problem with it is that eventually I hit a point where I needed to speak with
Yes,
someone,
yes.
interact with someone to truly learn the language. And I just felt like I wasn't learning any further. So that's why I decided to migrate over to Verbling. Just saying.
Yeah, which kind of reminds me of a little something that occurred yesterday when I was at Squall Mart. Somebody moved a cart for me or something like this. I forget exactly what. And as I usually do, I said something to the effect of, yeah, danke schön. And all of a sudden, this guy, smile on his face, starts pouring German forth. And it was like, my God, somebody speaks German. And I'm like, oh my, somebody speaks German. And I found very quickly that I have really, really forgotten how to speak. I understand a lot more than I was able to speak that day. And I hope you're listening, sir, because yes, this is indeed the show I was talking about, and we are having our fun here. And It was so nice running into you. It really was. Um, but what can I tell you there? Uh,
Doitsugo to temo sumaranai desu ne.
that means okay, Clarion, go burn yourself, right?
No, actually, it means the German language is very boring.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about this in the green room. I happen to think it's quite wonderful, quite beautiful, in the sense that you can essentially write a sentence in German, cut all the words apart, throw them into a hat, and no matter what order you pull them out in, the sentence still makes sense. Which is
Yeah, but
something
on
you
the
can't
other
do in
hand, it
English.
still sounds like Jurgen Bergen, Flurgen, Schnurgenbergen, and it's like, I mean, let's face it, it's pretty impossible to like just and I think this is largely because of pop culture, but it's really difficult at least to hear someone speaking German and not picture a Nazi. It's just
Yeah,
really hard
yeah.
to do. And it is a very harsh language. I mean, that meme, like tell someone you love them, but scream it at them in German.
Oh, well, I remember Johnny Carson once said German is the only language in which I love you sounds like a threat. And he's got a
Uh,
point. Ich liebe dich. You can almost hear, the Nuremberg rallies.
so, I mean, even if it's a well constructed language, like grammatically or whatever, I really think that aesthetically it's ugly. Kind of like French, actually, grates on my ears in much the same way.
Oh, well, French, that's a very, very, very interesting language. Because I've noticed that, yeah, if you're trying to read French or you're trying to speak French or pronounce French in any manner, what you need to do is notice all the letters that are there. And then, okay, from that, you determine which letters are not there and you pronounce those.
Yeah, but regardless, I just find the sound of it repulsive, is the thing. I mean, there's all those weird gutturals and a fair amount of phlegm hawking, and I'm like, this is not a language I ever want to hear someone speak. Not to mention all the nasal things, like the and all of that. Like so many of their words have this sort of snooty nasal sound to them. And I just can't stand the sound of the language.
Well, that's the Parisians' fault.
That and the Quebecers, like I know people from France hate the way Quebec French sounds. They hate it.
Okay.
So I mean, yeah. Point being, I can't stand the sound of the language. Even if the people are lovely and what's being said is perfectly wonderful, I just don't like the sound of it.
Oh my! I don't know enough to be able to think of what the distinction is. I mean, I know what Parisian French sounds like, but I don't know what Montreal French sounds like.
Well, as I understand it, they take the phlegm hawking to like a much higher degree.
Okay
That it's
then.
it's just it's even harsher than France French.
Okay, okay. I got you
Yeah.
now. Um,
At least that's what I was told. I haven't really heard too many actual French people speaking. I've mostly only heard the Quebecers, but still.
yeah, when I was trying to
Oh,
learn.
and yes, what Doctor whatever there said, Doctor Osiris. Yeah, it kills me how people actually think it's romantic. Yeah, I mean, oh my petite Shelley, kill my, it's like, dude, that just sounds ugly. It sounds like what you say is you're lowering lotion into the pit.
That's a nice way to put it. I like it. Yes, definitely,
So,
definitely.
yeah.
When I was trying to learn
Um,
French, it was Parisian French that we were being taught. Of course, I mean, just
mm,
like it's just like it's Hochdeutsch that you learn in the classroom when you're learning German. But yeah, you don't learn Hamburg German, the stuff that sounds more like Dutch
mm.
than it does German. Everything is harder and but heart rather than herz and all this other good stuff. But that's a long time ago. I don't know. I found a group here in Pittsburgh that allegedly is a German language group. People get together to, just converse auf Deutsch at coffee shops. But remember, we've got this COVID-19 thing going on right now, so that whole coffee shop thing is kind of off the table.
Yeah. I haven't been able to go to game night in almost a year, and I'm not happy about it. Especially since I have a bunch of new games to play and no one to play them with but the cats. So that kind of stinks. And I mean, even if the folks from game night would, like, if I invited them over, I wouldn't invite them over because I'm still doing like a suspenders and belt level redundancy on not getting COVID. So,
Mm.
my social life has dwindled basically down to speaking to cashiers at this point, and it
Oh God,
sucks.
I know that feeling. And the thing is, I wish I could remember the name of the person who had said this, because this was something else I read a couple of days ago. But someone rather close to Fauci was saying something to the effect that we had better be ready. Oh, I see that Mom NATO's here. Hi, dear. We had better be ready for about 12 to 14 months of hard times. And this was only a few days ago that this was in print. So, yeah, I can imagine this is not going to be fun because we're talking September to November of 2021 at the very least, if this man's, it is a man, by the way, um, prediction is at all correct. Hi, Mom NATO. How are you?
Hello, Purita.
Yay, we have our chief engineer and navigator with us today. All right. So now
Hello,
we know where we're
darlings.
going and how we're getting there.
So, hi, Kate.
Hello.
I heard you got brave and opened your computer tower.
I did, and it ended up working out well for me this time around.
Yeah. I assume that you pushed on all the memory modules
I
and all the
did.
cards. Did you
I
hear a
did.
snap or anything?
No, and that's why I don't know like what had gone wrong. Like I pushed on all the memory, I pushed on all the different plugs that plug together, the different cables and cords, and or at least all the ones I could find. And then when I turned it back on, hey, it worked. So I don't know what the problem was, but it's
It
fixed.
it
So
might have just been something was loose. Because when you move a tower, generally things get jiggled.
sure, but here's the weird part about that is it worked for a day before it didn't.
Right, but it could have just been it wasn't seated incorrectly, and then when things got hot
Yeah,
from
this is the
being
thing.
used, it got loose.
Yeah, I
Well, it's
didn't realize
always
that it had
hot
been
in my
working for a
apartment.
day.
Yeah, it could have just been something was partially seated and it was working fine, but when it got turned off or whatever, I don't know if you turn your towers off or whatever,
Oh yeah.
but when you turned the towers off and things cooled off and everything resettled back to a cool temperature, it could have just still been too loose.
Mm.
Possible. It's I've been using this Core Temp app to tell you how
Hmm.
hot your computer's running,
Right.
and it's definitely they changed the cooling system on
Mm.
my CPU, and it's running a lot more reasonably
Oh
right
yay!
now, which is
Oh yay!
wonderful.
Well,
So I mean, not that things couldn't still heat up. Of course they could, but the
mhm.
point being that the only point I'm making by saying this is yay.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember running into a seating problem. Well, the machine I'm using right now to broadcast. When I
Hmm.
built this thing 2 years ago, I turned it on and nothing happened, and I'm panicking and everything else. And I'm on the line to Wonder Lady, and she's trying to calm me down and everything else. And she suggests, yeah, why don't you give the cards a look? And it turned out, yeah, that the memory modules were not seated correctly, and as soon as I pushed that in, everything was fine. So yeah.
Yeah.
I actually had a seating problem like two years ago where I got there really late. Someone had already taken the center seats, so the surround sound was not as effective as it should have been, and I wasn't happy
Yeah.
about it. Darn seating
Yeah.
problems.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
indeed.
I'm one
Mm.
of these people who's never had the money to have a technician really look at their computers. So I've had to learn how to fix them by myself and build them by myself. So,
I'm going to say
um,
this again, and I say it so many times that you're probably already going to know what I'm saying, and you're probably, shut up, Clarion! But I still marvel at the way the one word means to get firmly in one place, immovable, and
mhm,
it means to repair, and it
mhm.
means to prevent from procreating.
Mm,
One word
okay.
means all these things. And it's like,
Depending
okay,
upon how it's used, yeah.
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 Uh,
Well, it's funny, like, in a weird way, I was reading about regard or no, sorry, about the word literally, right?
Mhm.
okay,
Where
then.
how we use it, like the way we use it now, or at least the way we're supposed to use it now, is to say that something is in no way figurative. But if you
Right.
Right.
really examine the word literally from the book, it
Yes.
actually
Mhm.
used to mean fictional. Like it's in a novel, that kind of book, where
Yep.
it's
Oh.
literally. So what it used to be, not the truth. It used to be an exaggeration. It used to be all of those things. Anything other than the truth was literally. And so the people
Yeah.
who say like it literally blew my mind are actually correct a bunch of years ago. Like,
Mhm.
100 years ago, they would have been correct. Now, not so much, which is funny because of how like cranky people can get about when, and myself included, when someone says literally,
You beat
clearly
me to
means
it.
figuratively. It's like I just think it's really funny how that's a thing.
Yeah, I mean, the
Mhm.
evolution of language is fascinating. It really, 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 really is. I'd love to be able to take the time to uh, study the evolution of language and really lay it out
Yeah,
on
because
paper and everything. Maybe I do have the time. What else am I doing? But
it's amazing how a word 300 years ago means something entirely different today.
mm,
And it's the words have evolved to mean something different, like fag.
I was just thinking of
Mm.
that one. Yes, yes.
Yeah. And I tried to explain to my mother that the word faggot was not originally a curse word. And she's like, it's always been a curse word.
Oh no, no,
No,
no, no, no.
faggot is it's a measurement of wood, a faggot of wood.
Mm-hmm.
Although I've seen it spelled with only one G.
Yes.
I don't know if that's like a foreign thing or what,
Uh,
but
and the
Um,
term fag, of course, was a cigarette.
mhm.
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm not
Yeah.
sure exactly how that came to be. A friend of mine has suggested that
Mhm.
a cigarette came to be called a fag because the cigarettes were smoked by women and people like Oscar Wilde. I don't know how true that was or not, but
I doubt that, to be perfectly honest. I would imagine it would go the other way, where it's. I mean, a cigarette is full of plant matter, and it's kind of stick shaped.
mm-hmm,
I,
mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm,
could
mm-hmm.
see someone saying this is like you could have a fag of wood or a faggot of wood, and then here we have a fag, a unit of wood or something. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
like I could justify a way of it not being homophobic if
Right.
I
Oh,
really,
right.
Well,
Well,
I
and
was never
but I don't know if that really is the case. Is the problem?
right.
when you
And I
look at
tried to
me, what?
go on.
When you
I
look
was
at
trying to
it's
I
reminding
was
me of
trying
Chip and
to
Dale. After you,
explain.
after you.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to my mother about it because
Interrupting Kate. Sorry.
yeah, we were talking about Freddie Mercury of all people.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Because we were listening to and watching on her Dish Network videos by Queen,
Okay, fine.
and
Mm.
we were talking about how his looks evolved, and she's like, "Well, what did he die from?" I'm like, "He died from complications due to AIDS because he was gay." And she's like, "He was gay? Oh, he was a flamer."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Well, it's hard to believe he was a fag." And I'm like, "Mom, no, don't use that word. That's no, no, bad."
Yeah, you don't
I
do
mean,
it
not
that
that
way.
disclaimer is much better, but still.
Yeah, I mean, it just in trying to explain it to her that faggot was not originally a means of an insult.
When
People
Well,
you,
you know,
changed it.
it's like I know I've mentioned before about that friend of mine who
Hmm.
insisted up and down that Oriental has always been racist,
oh
always.
no,
And the thing is,
No.
no, absolutely not.
I have plenty of examples of people just using. I have plenty of examples of Asian people using it without a scrap of like self consciousness or anything. It is
Right.
not inherently a racist term, but
No.
this guy lost it on me. He was like, "Yes, it always has, it always will be, and you're a bigot for saying otherwise." I was like, "Dude, what the fuck?"
Okay.
You know?
The Orient Express, for example,
Well,
Oriental
no, 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 no,
rugs.
no,
I mean,
actually, as I understand it, Asian people are perfectly fine with rugs being called Oriental, just not
Yes,
people.
yes,
right.
indeed. That much I do know. But
Well,
it's
they're
yeah,
not.
it's weird. Um,
They're not Orientals. They're Asians or Filipino or
well,
Taiwanese.
so this is what I
But
don't
that's the
understand. I
thing,
mean,
guys. I mean, if you were to in the '80s say, "Oh, there was an Oriental guy outside," number one, it would not. There would be nothing mean about it. There would be
Right.
nothing like. But also, I mean, you could get Asian people to say it too. Back then, it seemed like the outrage was manufactured in the early '90s.
Yes.
it does. It really does. And the interesting thing is, okay, I'm going to be a pain in the arse here, and I know I'm being a pain in the arse. But you refer to somebody as Asian. Oh, you mean you're out of Kazakhstan? And
What?
no,
Not never
What?
had that. Well, let's put it this way. Most of the time, when someone says Asian, they usually mean like Japan, China,
right.
Vietnam.
And then here,
Anywhere where you
Korea.
get the olive skin and the epicanthic folds around the eyes is
Yeah.
Asia to most people.
yes, and
I remember the
here,
first time I heard that India was part of Asia, and I was like, no, it's not. The people there don't look Asian, And of course, I was like, 10 at the time, and so my idea of what an Asian person was a bit limited and probably not as charitable as it ought to be. But
Right.
still, like some part of me rebelled against it because it's like
Mhm.
India seems so different from Japan and China.
Right.
well,
I
here's
remember
what I was
when.
doing is I was being a pain in the arse. I mean, Kazakhstan is definitely part of Asia, and I was using that literally
Mhm.
to what are the cast aspersions upon the use of Asian to mean only East Asian or only Southeast
Right.
Asian, that sort of thing. Because, like I say, I'm being a bitch.
Well,
I
that's
know
like.
I am.
Well, that's like. I remember when we used Oriental food to mean either Chinese food or Japanese food through our choices. Okay, well, we've got Italian, we've got Mexican, we've got Oriental. What do you want to eat?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now it's okay. Do you want Chinese or Japanese?
Well, there I kind of like dividing up the cuisines because, to tell you the absolute truth, Chinese cuisine is nothing like Japanese cuisine.
No, it's not.
As a
It's
matter
totally
of fact, the
different.
various sorts of Chinese cuisine are nothing like each other. I mean, the difference between Cantonese and Sichuan is like
Hmm.
night and day.
But I can tell you for a fact that Chinese food is one of the main foods on Okinawa.
Well,
Okay.
I can tell you for a fact that most Chinese people will look at what we call Chinese food and go, "What are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah, I
Yeah, it's
know.
American. It's
Mm-hmm.
American Chinese. Yeah, we change everything.
Yeah.
But no, we had there were so many Chinese restaurants in Okinawa. Just I think there were 25 different Chinese restaurants just around Kadena Air Base
Okay.
when I was there. There were Japanese restaurants. There were teppanyaki bars. There was yakisoba bars. There were ramen bars. I mean, you name it, they
Yakisoba.
were there.
Na, 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 na,
Yeah,
na, na.
yeah.
So, you think around about Christmas time, Chinese people go out and get bagels?
I don't know. It makes you wonder. I know they do have donuts.
Why do I feel
They're-
like the reference was missed? You know how,
Yeah.
like, it's a stereotype for Jewish people to go get Chinese food on Christmas time?
Is
Like,
it really? Oh, wow.
Well,
oh, yeah, that is an old cliche.
Huh. Okay.
Well, I think I remember a girlfriend of years past mentioning that I think it was after the High Holy Days. They would break their fast by going to the local Chinese restaurant, or end their fast by going to the local Chinese restaurant.
Why?
And that was just
Chinese
tradition.
food seems to be a
Huh.
Jewish thing. Like
Weird.
I don't know if it's like this is the only way for us to keep kosher or something, which is weird because there's so much pork in Chinese food.
Yes,
But
there is.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the motivation is. Maybe it's because Jews don't celebrate Christmas and neither do Chinese people, and so that's what's open.
Maybe.
Okay, that could be. Yes.
Wild ass guess. I have no idea whether or not that is in any way even relevant, but it's the only way I can logic through it right now.
Okay, now that's reminding me of the film, the Christmas Story, where the family became introduced to Chinese turkey. Yeah. Press
So
stuck.
I had a surprise in my mail today.
Oh boy.
I have already gotten from my State Farm my car insurance forms from November through May. And my car insurance is going down. My premiums for the whole 6 months is less than $400.
Oh
So how
boy,
on
that sounds good.
How on earth,
Yes.
though, did that get inside of Tornado?
I didn't say it got inside Tornado.
You said that you got something inside your mail.
I said something in my mail.
Right, and your mail is Tornado.
But
Unless
it-
there's something you
yeah,
need to tell us about Tornado that we don't know.
he wouldn't know. Oh, God,
bless
that
him,
child,
Lord.
I swear.
I tell you what, though, this is interesting. I got in the mail, was it yesterday, more forms from the county housing department. Yeah, now they
Okay.
want my email address and my phone number.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay, you know, we can take care of this, but why is it that you're getting, you know, this, and then a little while later you're getting this, and a little while later you're getting this? To me, it almost sounds like either they're dribbling it out piece by piece in order to drive me nuts, you know, the conspiracy theory approach, or they are so inept that they don't get everything every time around.
They are inept.
So
I can tell you that for a fact.
I was going.
They are inept.
I was going to hand carry this thing tomorrow because they said on the form this time, you know, you can hand carry it if you want, and then that place is near one of the shopping centers I frequent, and I was thinking maybe I could go to the pet store there and look into picking up a
Right.
few more fishies, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's unfortunately I can't do it tomorrow either, because there was on the door a door ticket or whatever FedEx calls it. We attempted a delivery. Nobody was there to pick it up, so we're going to try again tomorrow. And unfortunately, there was no name on this door ticket.
For who it was for.
So
Oh.
I'm
you
expecting
waiting
something
for something?
via FedEx, but I don't know if this is for me or not.
Well, hopefully it is.
Yeah,
But
I'm
how did your call yesterday go?
Oh, it was wonderful.
What call?
I did not get the call when I was supposed to get it, so I
What
called.
call?
Oh, I was supposed to have a telephone interview about my. The state pays my Medicare premium for me
Right.
because it's part of the welfare thing, and then my food stamps and everything else like that. But they didn't call when they were supposed to, so I got on the phone and called them, and they said, "Oh, okay, yeah, it looks like you're all set and everything's ready to go. You don't need to worry about anything." And I said, "Thank you." And then later on that day, a few hours later, I get a call from the guy who was supposed to call me the first time. He said, "Yes, sorry, I didn't call you. We had a little family emergency. I didn't get into work until
Oh,
late.
okay.
You're fine. Everything's good." So, yeah, I can quit
Well, that's
pissing my
good.
pants over that one. It's
Well,
just,
that's
And you
good.
just let him lie to you like that? Everything's okay and you're all good? I mean, come on.
well, I know I'm not good at all.
Well, see, that's the thing. I was supposed to have a telephone interview for my food stamps in July to renew them, and I sent my form. I did the online application on the 1st of July because I knew my renewal date was coming up, and by the third, I already had been approved, and I'm like, well, gee, where's my telephone interview? But
Yeah,
I saw on the website they're like, we're automatically renewing everybody.
it sounded pretty much like that by what the
Hmm.
original person had told me, the one who called
Right,
instead of this person, the guy who was supposed to call. They said, "Yeah, we're
right,
pushing everything up to March, at the very least, if not
yeah,
indefinitely."
They're
Um,
um they're doing that with my healthcare too.
yeah.
The
okay,
the,
so you're
the automatic
automatically.
renewal thing. Like I don't have to renew my healthcare until the crisis is over pretty much.
I wonder if that's going to happen with me. I don't know.
Probably, I'm guessing, because I believe this stuff is also happening here in Pennsylvania.
See, I go through healthcare.gov to do my that the yeah, that's the place. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to have to do it that way or if I'll get a notice that hey, you're good through whatever because I don't have to renew until December.
Yeah,
So
that would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
yeah. Well, the notice I got with my State Farm, it's auto rate reduction for our customers. Your total amount due reflects a rate reduction as part of
Well, I
the.
have to admit I preferred if my rate was reduced.
Yeah, my car insurance is going to cost me 66, maybe $67 a month starting in November, which is almost $20 cheaper than what I currently pay.
I guess that's
So,
good, right?
well, it'll go down even more because I'm on their Drive Safe and Save program, and they base it on your driving record that they get through this little device that's in my car, as well as how often I drive.
Wait a minute, a device that's in your car? Is your car
Yeah.
bugged?
Yes, my car is bugged, essentially.
Now, did it come
It's
from
got a
did it come from the dealer
no,
that way, or is this something you
no,
had?
no, 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 no. It's something I applied for on State Farm. It's a little Bluetooth device that
Okay,
sends a
okay.
signal to my phone, which is then transmitted to State Farm.
Oh, okay, okay.
And it basically it registers because it's got a GPS signal. It knows all of the streets in my hometown basically because goes by the zip code and my address, and it registers how far I drive, and it knows where all the stop signs are. It knows what the speed limit is, and it does. It can also keep track of whether or not I'm on my phone or not.
And what's it for exactly?
It's to help them monitor how my driving skills are.
Okay,
And
then.
what does that
Okay.
like help determine the rate you pay or something? Like
Yes.
they go, this is how
Yes.
safe a driver you aren't, so we're charging you out the ass.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
But the lowest rating I had on it driving was 89%
I
out
guess
of
that sounds
100.
pretty
Yeah,
good. That
what's
sounds
the
like a high
average?
B as far as grades go.
That's yeah.
But what's the average though?
Well, it's based on my average. That is my average.
No, 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 no,
No,
89%.
no,
no,
no, no,
no,
no, no,
over
no.
the entire
You
population.
misunderstand me. Yeah, I'm saying of
I
the
don't know.
people. Okay.
I
Okay.
don't know. It's based on just my driving, not everybody else.
Well, sure,
Yeah,
but
because I
they
mean,
have
if
to have
ever,
a standard against which to judge your
Right.
89%.
But that's what it's saying. If I get an 89%, then I'm a better driver than most people.
yeah,
Well,
because I
then
was
they're
going to say,
judging it against most people, is my
Yeah.
point.
yeah, if
I mean,
everybody
if
else,
50% is the average driver, then you kicked ass. But
Right.
if like
right?
100% is you got 100% on the test, that's a
Right.
different question entirely. So what I'm asking is
Right.
whether like is your 89% good compared to the rest of the population or not.
Yes, as far as I know, it is.
Okay.
And the better I do, the lower my car rates will be. They do it on a 6 month average, and my 6 month average comes up in November. So
Okay,
I may
then.
still be paying an even lower rate based on what my device says.
Yeah, I didn't know how these things are going because
Hmm.
remember, I have not owned a motor vehicle in 30 years. So I
Right.
don't know what they are building into
Hmm.
motor vehicles and what is even in
Right.
a used car. You know,
They're
Yeah.
a 10-year-old
some of
car,
the
you know.
wackiest devices these
Oh,
days.
they are.
I mean, like, okay, I think my personal favorite is the one where it'll parallel park for you.
Hmm.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Although they also have this one's pretty cool. They have the camera in the back, where if you want to do it yourself, it'll actually show you like how close or how far you are from something. Plus,
Hmm.
give you this little arc looking thing that tells you like where you're going to end up based on the wheels or where the wheels are pointed right now.
Yep.
It's pretty handy, to be perfectly honest.
Right. And in some of the newer cars, like my mom's Sentra, which is a 2019, it's got auto braking. If she gets too close to something, it will automatically stop her car.
I'm not
I
sure
don't
how
know if I
much I
like
think
that
that
one or not.
necessarily.
Yeah, I
I mean,
don't.
as a safety precaution, sure, but what if there was a situation where, God damn it, I need to power right the hell through this thing right the hell now to escape the fireball? You know?
Yeah, I can understand that. Um, but yeah, the backup cameras, the blind spot detectors now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because this
I
is
mean,
the
Those are
interesting
some of the
thing.
wackiest devices.
Yeah.
Almost every time I would parallel park in a different car, I'd have to relearn because each of
Wow.
the cars was of a slightly different dimension.
A
And
slightly different size. Yeah.
yes, and you know, right on in
Oh,
a Ford Pinto was not necessarily the same thing as right on in a Chevy Cavalier or something like that. Yeah.
oh yeah. Volkswagen Beetle compared to a Mercury Grand Marquis. Talk about a difference.
I'm
Not
trying to
just by
remember
a
the Grand
huge
Marquis is a boat,
eye.
right?
The Grand Marquis is a big boat.
Yeah.
It's along the lines of a Cadillac.
It's
Mm-hmm.
a land barge, is what it
It's a
is.
land barge. Yes. Yes, it has a V8 engine in it.
It runs on vegetables, mostly tomato juice.
Yes.
Pretty much, yes.
Yes.
And then if you want a little better performance out of it, you can drop some pepper in there and stir it around with a
Mhm.
fork.
Yeah, really.
It's one thing I learned how to do very, very early was pepper in the tomato juicer in the V8. Oh, look
Yeah.
who's here. There's little Sylvia. Hi, Sylvia. Yay. Yeah, she gets
Ah,
on the back of the chair every now and then for the fish vision now.
Yeah.
sorry for the
Well,
what now?
fish vision.
Fish vision.
Oh, fish vision. I heard fish
Yeah.
version and I was very confused.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully tomorrow maybe I can get a few more and give her something to look at because you've got the
Well,
tiny neon tetras in that tank and they like to get all the way in back and all the way down. So they do a lot
mm.
of hiding until you feed them and then they're up eating the little pieces of food as
Well,
they
you
come
can't
down.
do it tomorrow. You've got
Yeah,
your FedEx tomorrow.
yeah, that's right. And did I say
Maybe on
tomorrow? I
Thursday.
probably did not mean tomorrow. I probably mean Thursday. Yes,
Yeah.
Thursday. We hope we
I
can do this.
am.
And
I
as
am
I
not
say, I
looking forward
definitely
to
want to carry this thing, with me. This paper. I want to carry it. I want to make sure that they have it.
Right.
Because the Pennsylvania Welfare Office assured me that
Uh-huh.
yes, we got your stuff in time and everything. So that
Right.
suggests to me that the county housing authority got it in time. But
Oh
I
yeah.
still want to make sure that they're going to get this thing in time
Right.
because
Yeah.
there's the other conspiracy thing going on is how much
Uh-huh.
of this are they doing to see who's going to screw up and who they can throw off for not having crossed all the I's and dotted all the T's,
Yeah. Well, Thursday's going to be a very rough day for me.
Oh no. What
Yeah,
happens
we've
Thursday?
got nurses in the morning, two different nurses, and then her second oncology appointment at 12:30 is when she has to be there, and then anything else we have to do in the afternoon. I think she's got another doctor's appointment unless she changed it. And then Friday she gets a PET scan.
Wait, she's
Hmm.
gonna have her
How
pets
many pets
scanned?
does she have?
No, PET scan.
I
They're going
know.
to
Proton emission tomography.
Dang, dang,
Yes.
Yeah.
dang.
Yeah, she's going to be drinking radioactive sugar.
Yeah.
And
Fun.
wait for an hour, and then they're going to scan her, and then of course for the next 24 hours you can't hug her because she's going to be radioactive with antimatter in her.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Or I'm sorry, no, it wasn't proton emission. It was positron emission. That's right. Yeah, the
yeah,
antimatter.
positron emission. Yes. So, yeah, she's like, I don't want to do this because she can't drink any water beforehand. She can't have any sugar beforehand. She can't eat beforehand. So she's going to be
Right.
hungry, thirsty, grumpy, uncaffeinated.
Yeah, pain in the arse.
And
Yeah.
she already told. I asked her, "Well, do you want me to drive you to this thing?" And she's like, "No." So I won't have to go with her on Friday because they're going to have her drink this stuff. Then she has to wait for an hour, and there's no fucking way I'm going to wait out in the hot sun for at least an hour because I don't even know how long the PET scan will take.
Long enough, let me tell you. I'm not
Yeah,
exactly sure, but yeah, it's not a 5 minute thing. No.
no, and they're
Um,
not letting anybody except patients in.
yeah, and this is what surprised me. Well, I mean, I was thinking because it was a year ago that I went in for a biopsy. I had
Mm-hmm.
a needle stuck into my kidney, and they took out shit and
Right.
everything else. And Jeff had taken me up there, and I
Right.
was amazed for him, that he would be able to sit there and be bored for the several hours. I mean, it was the procedure itself where they doped me up and they stuck the needles in me
Mm-hmm.
and then there was lying around for 3 or 4 hours in a gurney in recovery room,
Mm-hmm.
um, so that they wanted to make sure that the
Mm-hmm.
anesthesia had been all gone, and
Right.
I wasn't feeling any crap from the anesthesia, so I don't know, what it was, but yeah, it was. I got to read quite a bit of RJ's book while I was
Right.
lying in that gurney there. Um,
Well,
and for those of you
I
who
mean,
don't, what?
well, I was going to say, I mean, about waiting a long time and how can anyone do it? My brain surgery was 8 hours, and my parents sat there for the whole thing. So, yeah.
Oh my! Now
well,
there's the interesting thing is, I mean, definitely kudos to them and everything else for doing that sort of thing. I don't know who was around for my surgery. I don't know if those two sat around through the entire thing or if they came only when, say, somebody called them and said, okay, it's over. The kid's in
well,
ICU now. Um,
uh,
You know
your
what I
parents
wonder
were
about
pretty good.
sometimes? Like, the stereotype of the expectant father pacing and smoking in
yeah,
the
uh huh.
Hmm.
I mean, and I don't remember what year it was when you got this done, but it wouldn't shock me if it was still that era.
What, my surgery?
Yeah.
That was 1976.
Okay. Well, but I mean, again, I don't know if they were like letting fathers into delivery rooms yet by then, but whether they were or not, I'm picturing something very similar in theme
Mm-hmm.
to
Yeah.
parents waiting for their kid to get out of noggin surgery. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really
Well,
don't know. I do know. I do not remember seeing those two before I got wheeled out of the hospital room and wherever it was that I got prepped.
Mhm.
Yeah, because they spent some time prepping me with a pre-anesthesia and a few other things and everything else. That took a
Hmm.
while, and then they wheeled me into the OR, and yeah, that
Yeah.
was interesting. That looked, it was exactly as I had seen it depicted in other, like a motion picture or television or whatever it was.
Right.
That view that you have from the gurney of everybody leaning over and doing their various things. That's what it looked
Mhm.
like.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
Uh,
know,
it
it's funny
does.
when
It
I had the
does.
brain surgery done, they took that sort of gas mask looking thing and stuck it over my face. And I was like, I don't smell a darn thing. And they're like, yeah, it's oxygen. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I don't feel any different either. And they're like, yeah, it's just in case. And then I'm out,
mm-hmm.
you know.
Because
But I remember the whole team walking in there. There were so many people, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is a little bit scary." I mean, I don't get me wrong. I put on my big girl panties and made it happen, but still, it was like,
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
ew.
Now what
I
I
felt that
remember,
way. I felt that way with my C-section because there were people everywhere in the hospital room, in the operating room,
yeah,
and
what I
I was
remember,
by myself. My husband wasn't there.
Well,
He
you were
came in.
obviously not completely by yourself.
Well, no, I had the kid.
There you go.
But yeah, he was at the gym
The
when I
kid?
was no, my ex-husband was in at the gym while the doctors were trying to get a hold of him saying, "Your wife's in labor."
Well,
yeah, that's just a
he
little
wasn't
bit.
necessarily ignoring you. I mean, if he'd been at the gym, got the call, and said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, I'll be there in a bit," and then kept working out, I could fault him for it. But
Well, he knew they were inducing me.
oh, well, okay, then I can fault him for it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what I remember, this was interesting. The anesthesiologist reached up to the little bag hanging overhead in the line, and I guess there was a ball valve or something on where you would squeeze it, and I heard the snap, and then the next
Mm-hmm.
thing was incredible pain up in the ICU.
Mm,
Yeah,
Something like 6 or 8 hours later. Yeah, so,
when I
yeah.
okay.
got the brain surgery done, I had a little bit of a headache, but mostly I was pretty okay. I was just really, really, really tired. In fact,
Mm,
I remember the very first thing I remember after it was done, because it was like turning a light switch on and off, how fast it went for me. Obviously, it
right.
was 8 hours, but
Yeah.
the
Mm-hmm.
first thing I said, like they're lifting me off of the gurney into a bed, and I went, "Was that it?" Was the first thing I said. Was that it?
Mm-hmm.
So,
And they said,
yeah.
"Yes, Miss Lee, that was it."
Huh?
Is that all there is? Is that all there is?
Who the
If
hell's
that's
Miss
all there
Lee?
is, my friend, then
Yeah,
let's
okay.
keep dancing. Yeah, Peggy
Okay.
Lee.
Who?
Peggy Lee.
Peggy Lee.
Who?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, no, so mom's oncology appointment tomorrow or Thursday is going to help decide whether she needs chemotherapy, radiation, or both.
I was going to ask that. They still haven't made that determination yet,
Mm-mm,
huh?
nope. That's why she had the one oncology appointment on the 9th. That's the chemotherapy oncologist doctor. And the one that she's seeing Thursday is the radiation oncologist. And they've sent the tumor off to have it uh, tested to see which way it will respond the best.
Oh
So
my! The picture I just got in my head. I mean, really,
yeah,
set the tumor off. I could just,
I
the tumor
know.
goes and you're waving the hanky. Bye, bon
Bye.
voyage.
Yeah, no. What worries me is that they'll have her do both
Oh my! That would
over a
not be
4 to
fun. That would
6
not
week.
be fun at all.
No, because guess who's going to have to take care of her for
Mm-hmm.
the next 4 to 6 weeks during that? Unless she
Tornado.
no
Yeah, sure.
me.
Yeah, I could
Yeah,
see that
right.
happening.
Tornado. Uh-huh. Yeah. The one who can't drive.
Well, you said
Oh,
to
there is
guess.
a
I
little
figured
bit of
why
a
not go with the most
feedback.
improbable possibility I can think of?
Yeah, no. No, what we're hoping is that because she's under hardship, she might be able to get help through the VA.
Hmm.
Okay.
Uh, because you've got to keep in mind she's lost half her income because her husband died. And
Isn't
she's
it
got breast
weird that I
cancer.
honestly thought at first you were going to say she'd lost her mind instead of her income?
Well, I've wondered about that a few times. Uh, she has she did have an encephalitis attack and a grand
Ow.
mal seizure.
Ow,
So
ow,
she
ow, ow,
has,
ow, ow.
yeah, she has no long-term memory anymore. She can't remember things that happened when we were in our late teens, early 20s anymore.
Well, there's a strangely high number of things I've forgotten simply because the seizures and the
Hmm.
surgery did not do my memory any favors. Um,
Right.
every now and then I remember something and I'm like, oh my gosh, is that real or a dream? And I'll ask my parents, and a lot of the time it's real. And I'm like, I completely forgot about that. Or there'll be times where my parents will tell me about something that happened. And I'm like, that wasn't me. That couldn't possibly have been me. I don't remember that at all. And then they show me the pictures.
Yeah, and
So,
that
I mean,
Photoshop wasn't a
either
thing
the
at that
entire
time,
world has
so.
decided to gaslight me or my memory is shite.
Mm-hmm. What do we
I don't.
have here? Redacted is saying, wait, no, the mental health budget is £20 a year. You're saying you're on your own. When you're saying you're on your own, what is that, hon? Um, Dr. Osiris then asked, you should try and get a psychiatrist because they can push the social to pay you. Redacted asked, do you ask a GP? Well, there's the darn thing. There's an ocean between you and me, so I really don't know what to say when it comes to that sort of thing.
This ocean, it's
Yeah.
not Ocean Keltoy, is it?
No. It's
Uh,
Ocean Atlantic, yes.
uh,
And
It's funny, he was so prepared to hate me until he actually met me, and then he was like, "Oh, I guess what I heard was wrong."
that seems to happen more than a little bit. That's the interesting thing. You
Yeah,
have a reputation that precedes you, and it is, for the most part, not accurate at all.
yeah.
And I,
Mind you, I did just like completely lose someone who became a friend after being an enemy, and then she turned into a complete cunt on Facebook. And I have a feeling she's probably spreading shit about me right now too.
I,
Yeah. It's like we got into this argument about the Academy Awards and how now there's like these diversity requirements to win Best Picture.
oh
And to be
Lord.
perfectly honest, I was like, fuck that. Art is art. Let art be art. You know.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
Yeah.
I was trying to take an egalitarian approach, where my point was, you know, I don't even want to see the faces of my voice actors for my animations because I don't want to be biased by their actual face. For all I know, one of my voice actors will turn out to be from a completely other race or even completely other sex than the character. And I don't even want to know about it until after everything's recorded because
Right.
I don't want to be influenced. As far as I'm concerned, that's the ultimate in egalitarianism. But apparently, that's like that kind of race and gender blindness isn't enough for her or the academy.
So what? You
Uh,
have to have a certain number of winners that are of this group and a certain number that are of that group and that sort of thing. Is that the way
Well,
it's working now?
what you have to have there are some guidelines. Now, fortunately, not all of it is about the cast, but it does say you need to have this percent of like either primary characters, secondary characters, or crew made up of these minorities. And you have to hit each one of those checklists if you want your movie to be considered for Best Picture now.
Weird.
And I'm like, I'm all for equal opportunity, but this isn't that. This is not equal opportunity. This is
Yeah.
equal outcome.
Yes,
And
yes.
and I kept saying that what we need to do is to make it so that our differences, whatever they may be, are unremarkable.
uh
But
huh,
apparently,
uh huh, uh huh.
even that was a bridge too far. And if I wasn't completely on board with this thing, well, so it just got really ugly, and I basically told her to fuck off. And of course, her husband went with her. But those two cannot be disagreed with anyway. Like you just
Th-
can't disagree with them and still have a good day.
This is who?
Shayra and Daniel Moran.
Never heard of them.
I think Daniel went by the Barking Atheist. I don't know if he still makes videos. Shayra just went by Shayra.
Okay. Again,
And
never heard of them.
so
I
obnoxious. I'm
think I
just like,
vaguely remember the barking atheist. I think.
hmm. Well, they're not really that important in the atheism scene anymore anyway, so fuck them. But it was just the stupidest argument. It's like, let art be art. I don't know.
Mm.
Yeah, I like what you had said about the voice acting because I know of a case. There was a Major League Baseball commercial that came out. Well, let's see, my ex and I were still together. I'm sorry, no, we had broken up, but we were still talking. That's what happened. So this might have been 2011, 2012, something like this. But you had a voiceover, and the voiceover was that of an elderly black man describing to his grandson, I think, about the whole baseball experience way back in the 30s and all this good stuff and everything else. You're going to know who I'm talking about, Kate, which is the most.
Oh,
It was Truth
I think
Surge who did the
yes.
voiceover. And Truth Surge is anything, or at the time was anything but elderly and black.
Yeah.
But he's the one that got over actual elderly black men with the St. Louis accents. Yeah, so, and this is something like Walt Disney is said to have done back at least in the Snow White film, I think, or the Cinderella film, where he was interviewing possible voice talent, and he did not want to see these people until the selection was made. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean
You just wanted to hear their
that
voice.
makes sense. And if you look at voice actors in cartoons and stuff, if there is ever a character who's a young boy in a cartoon, you can almost be guaranteed it's voiced by a woman.
Right, right. The one that comes immediately to my mind is Nancy Cartwright voicing Bart
Bart
Simpson.
Simpson. Yep, yep. And actually, in Rugrats, the main character Tommy is voiced by what's her face from like the Go Go's or the Bangles or something.
Hmm.
Why can I not remember her name? But yeah, like hold on, let's see, Rugrats. Get her name up here. Grind. Come on, Elizabeth Daly.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and she was in one of those '80s bands. I want to say it was the Go Go's, but I'm not sure. Um, Regardless, yeah, it's she's playing a little boy.
Hmm.
For that matter, actually, one thing that I think is really funny is that if you've ever watched the dubbed version of Ranma One Half, both versions of Ranma, boy and girl, are voiced by female actors, and you would never fucking know it with male Ranma.
Hmm.
Okay, then.
Yeah, I don't know. Just saying.
And it's good that you are saying. It's good when you say things.
Yeah. Let's see. Why can I not remember her name? Sarah Strange. That's her name.
All right, then.
Yeah, but you like seriously, if you look at the character and then look at her, you'd be like, how the frick does that voice come out of that face? I'm not even kidding. She looks like a little girl, but when playing Ranma, sounds like a teenage boy.
All right, then. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just one of those things where if I'm casting voice actors, I don't know. I don't want to know what the hell they look like.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, as you, and the thing is, you don't care what they look like. You care what they sound like. Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. Oh, speaking of Truth Surge, he did an amazing job with the character he voiced in my current animation. There's
Yay!
there's a couple of moments in there where I'm like, I just got a Disney caliber performance out of this dude.
He is a big sweetie.
He
Absolutely.
is.
Yeah, we've had some discussion and stuff like that, and he's just an absolute cutie. He's an absolute sweetie, you know. And this is coming from the mouth of a dyke, so okay, I've got some credibility here.
Well, maybe a little.
A little.
Oh, just a smidge. I mean, the gnat's wing.
There we are. There we are. Oh my! Speaking of the gnats, it still gets on my nerves. And when I'm speaking of gnats, I'm speaking of the Washington Nationals. I saw some more complaints this morning. They're still playing baseball for cardboard cutouts.
What?
Yeah, they're putting
I don't know what
cardboard.
that means.
They're putting cardboard cutouts of people in some of the seats at the baseball stadia.
Oh, that. Okay.
Mhm. And it's like, what the hell? Why? I mean, you know that they're not actual people, and they look fake. They look worse than the empty seats would look.
I'm still surprised that they didn't just try to CGI a bunch of crowds in there. I mean, we have the tech now.
Yes, we do. Yeah. I mean, it's really soured me on baseball, and you've got to remember, I've been an incredible baseball fan since 1961. So this really, really, hurts as far as that goes. And
And you know what?
Hmm.
Baseball is not the national pastime anymore.
No, it's not.
And that's not like a dig at the pandemic or anything. I mean that people have definitely migrated to football.
Yes, that's been for quite a while. I remember that being said maybe a decade or more ago. Yeah, where
A what or more?
yes, a decade. Mm-hmm.
A what? What's that? It's like it sounds like a concert for patios. It's decade.
All right. I'm going to go. I have a program that I'm going to be watching here.
No,
starting in about 15 minutes,
actually,
but
Mom
I
Nato
will
was
be back.
running, so we don't, so she doesn't hear the argument between Kate and me, right?
No, I actually have something I'm going to watch. The Gladiator. And I don't have it on
The Gladiator or just Gladiator?
The Gladiator with Russell Crowe.
That's Gladiator.
Okay, well, whatever.
All right.
So I will see you all later, darlings.
Okay,
Have
well, you
fun.
take care,
Enjoy.
sweetness,
Yeah.
and be good and
Bye-bye.
have fun and stuff. And thanks for the wake up call.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah.
So I'll see you all later.
Okay,
Bye-bye, guys.
Have fun. Don't do anyone I wouldn't do.
No, I think there's little chance of that.
Well, you know.
Yeah, Mom Nato being one of those boring heterosexuals. I don't know,
Oh.
you know?
Darn hets.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, it's funny. Like, I love watching all the people losing their crap over, like the transphobes saying that cis is an insult.
Oh, please.
I know, right? But I mean, people genuinely believe that apparently. And I'm like, you know what? I think that you will be insulted if someone's calling you a sissy,
Okay.
you know?
Yep.
Like if you're gonna I mean, because as far as I'm concerned, cis is just a term. It's a scientific term. It's like, it's the same as heterosexual, but for transgender stuff. I'm cis, you're cis, everyone's cis, the cis, old McDonald. I don't know where I'm going with that. But
it's actually borrowed.
but I'm saying anyone who qualifies as cis should not be insulted at being called it. Now, should we?
There you are. Yeah, it's actually borrowed from organic chemistry, where you've got if you've atoms that are substituted on a double bond. Cis means that the two substituents are on the same side of the double bond. Trans means they're on opposite sides across. That's it. And
Yeah, I don't
because
think that's
people,
really a nuance, like part of the nuance that people even really care about that much, to be honest. Because I mean, I know that there have been times where people go, "Well, look at the origin of this particular word," and I'm like, "Yeah, but look at how we use it now." So I mean, you can bitch and bitch and bitch that like we're not using the archaic definition anymore.
well, I mean, in
But
other words,
yeah,
it's they talk about trans with the substituents here, and then cis, where where cis is not trans, and then you look at somebody like me. Okay, she's trans, but somebody who's not like her is cis. One of those.
yeah, it makes perfect sense. It's like but some people have decided no, if you call me cis, you're insulting me. And I'm like,
Eh,
not really. I'm just describing. It's a descriptive word. There's no political like anything to it. But these people they want trouble.
yeah,
You
oh,
know.
absolutely. The whole manufactured outrage thing. Hi, Zaid. I had seen you come in, but I didn't realize I wasn't looking at the YouTube page. I didn't see that you were naked. You didn't have a spanner, and yeah, chemistry. I don't know. I don't know if chemistry is the most important subject in the world. I'm wondering if physics is a little more important because it all boils down to physics by the time you get through with it. Even chemistry does, but that's beside the point. And but it's great to have you aboard. Hello and welcome. Yay!
There is no arguing with some people. Like, if you try to tell them, look, I'm talking more about philosophy than science, and they'll go, science is a philosophy. And it's like, dude, do you really not fucking know what I mean when I say philosophy?
Mm.
When I try to make a distinction between philosophy and science, do you really not understand? Or are you just being a pedantic prat because you think it makes you look smart?
Well, there's the whole point. Is I'm rather intolerant of many people who call themselves philosophers because I see philosophy being misused by these people to practice a one-upsmanship. For example, there was a debate I recently saw. It's an older debate between some idiot and Aaron Ra, where the idiot, well, the whole thing was, does a soul exist? And the idiot was saying, okay, this has to be a philosophical definition. Science is not allowed. And I'm seeing him using that to get evidence off the table to where you
Right.
cannot have a valid means of judging whether or not there's a soul. Because,
Well,
really
I
about the
mean,
only way I can
if
see.
someone's
What?
if someone said that to me though, I'd be like, if we aren't using science, how the fuck do we detect it? If there's a soul, how do you detect a soul with any means other than science? And if you can't detect it, why should we think it's there?
Indeed. Oh, my word. Zaid. Hail Eris. Yay!
What?
Zaid Man made the point. He said, "Good point, Lavender Lady. Chemistry is what led me to Discordianism and is still the grounding of my philosophy. It's great to see another Discordian. Hail Eris! All hail Discordia! Yay!"
Okay, but point being though, people have this tendency to fall back on being pedantic when they know they don't have a real argument. Like, I know I
Yes.
can be pretty pedantic about certain things, but only when it's actually important, you know?
I like what Randolph Richardson just said. Philosophical definition in quotes. That's a dodge that armchair philosophers like Steve McRae like to use.
Yeah.
If you're
And he
listening in,
is
Steve,
definitely like,
it
well,
does
that's the
fit.
worst part. Is he does think that he is, like some super intelligent, shithead. I mean, it's like I don't know how to. I had a way to put it, and then I just totally lost it. But he thinks he's an ivory tower philosopher, and he's barely even an armchair philosopher. He's more of like a plastic beach lounge chair philosopher, if anything. And but he thinks that he's so much more intelligent than everybody else, and he's just a fucktard.
Oh man, I mean, okay, when I'm trying to look at things and I don't always abide by my own rules. I understand this. But the way I look at it is the intelligent person is the one who does not think that she's better than everyone else when you come down to it. I mean, yeah, many times I'll say I don't think I'm better than anyone else. I know I am. But I hope you get my meaning. It's the one who thinks he's smarter than everyone else actually isn't.
Right.
The whole
yeah.
Dunning-Kruger thing, yeah.
Well, and I mean that's the thing though, is I suspect, and don't tell anyone I fucking said this, but I suspect that Steve McRae might be more intelligent than I give him credit for, but whether he is or not, he's too much of an asshole.
Well, no,
you know,
Steve is no slouch. I will give you that. Yeah.
But and I mean, part of what makes him such an asshole is that he refuses to learn anything from anybody else. He's never been wrong in his entire life, as near as I can tell. And when he has been wrong, it's always been a case of like he manages to twist it so that he was right all along. You just didn't understand him or something. You know?
Oh my, there you go. It's it'll be really interesting, you know, when you talk about being wrong and right and everything, how this whole bit is going to work with the court case involving Kyle Curtis. Because I guess there's on Kyle's side, stuff's been going tango uniform, and it's going to give Steve the impression that he's been right all along. I cannot tell you who's right or who's wrong, or if anyone is right. I have a suspicion that in this whole court case that's going on, nobody is right. That everybody is wrong to some extent.
But, well, granted, to be fair, I haven't been following the situation all that closely. I just know that I want Steve to lose.
Okay.
You know, but from what I have heard, it does sound like he's pretty at fault.
Well, the first thing that went wrong, as far as I can understand it, is that there was nothing ironclad. It was all verbal.
Yeah.
And if you're going to go ahead with a business venture, especially one that you might see becoming as popular as Non-Sec did become, you want something specified a little more clearly than a glint in the eye, as the one case in Texas went. Yeah, because too much can go wrong, and it appears that a lot did here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I say, I don't even remember most of the facts. Someone explained it to me once, and it just seems so freaking stupid, the whole thing. So, I mean, like I say, I just want to see Steve get it in the neck because he deserves it. Let this be a lesson. You don't fucking piss off Kate.
Yes, and I can kind of see the way. I can kind of see you being pissed off at him. Yeah. I mean, I was in the audience that day you had the seizure on air, and, he doesn't even care, doesn't even notice. Just keeps droning on. Yeah, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. Everybody else noticed.
Well, I mean, as I understand it, he wasn't even looking at the screen, but he probably should have been. I mean, like, I'm not looking directly at the screen or the chat right now, but I have multiple monitors, and so it's on another monitor. If something happens, I can look. But he was like in a completely other window with no way to watch what was going on.
Yeah, and I have to admit that there are times I do that as well, and it's a little better now that I have two monitors, but still I need to get a little better at that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, like I said in the green room, I'm finishing up a shot of animation. So, once I can hit render on this thing, I can give the stream my full attention. But I do need to finish this because, my computer's been in the shop for a while and I haven't been able to work on my animated stuff. So,
Yes, yes.
I just solved a problem that made absolutely no sense what the fuck so ever. And yet, I still solved it. So that's good.
Oh, yay.
There was this weird thing going on with the toon shading renderer where if something transparent went in front of a toon shaded object, the toon shaded object would go black for some reason.
Hmm.
Like none of the actual color would come through. And so I had to figure out what the hell was going on. And eventually I figured out, well, if you surround an object, like the transparent object, with another transparent object that uses a certain material flag on it, then all of a sudden everything's okay again. It makes no sense. That shouldn't happen. But
Oh.
yeah,
So it's like fixing a bug with another bug.
basically,
Okay.
yeah.
That happened in Apollo 11 as well, but okay.
But it seems to be functioning properly, so good. But at the same time, what the fuck ever, you know.
Well, Dr. Osiris, you have a good sleep and sweet dreams and all kinds of fun stuff, and we love having you here, and yay, all kinds of good things. And I see that Amiga has put up the show for Dr. Osiris. That's a good thing. Our show master, Amiga Nuts. He's a big
Yeah.
sweetie. Definitely, you were a big sweetie. What can I tell
You know
you?
the funny thing,
And
I actually,
it's not
I'm not
solely
sure.
because you throw money at me.
I'm not sure I've ever actually seen Amiga Nuts in a non-font format.
A non-font format. Oh my! I've been on a Discord stream with him. Um, he was not on camera that day, but yeah, I guess you could describe that as non-font. I mean, I got to hear what he sounds like.
Okay, well, sure. It's just, like, have you ever known someone almost exclusively in text, and then you meet them in person or you see them on a webcam, and you're like, that is not what I pictured at all.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this more than once. Yeah,
Yeah,
you sounded a lot taller,
yeah,
like
yeah.
Paul.
Well, although, to be perfectly honest, Prophet of Zod sounded a lot shorter.
Okay, well he's something like 6'25", right? It's like
Um,
hello.
he's not a small fella. Yeah, he's pretty tall. And I never in a million years would have guessed just based solely on his voice.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
and then
Um,
there's Paulogia, or I forget how do you pronounce that, Paul.
it's Pelagia, but I don't
There's
care. I'm saying Pelosia.
There you go. I mean, he sounds he sounds my height, but he's not.
Oh, he's minuscule, that boy.
Yeah, what is he, about 5'6" or some crap like that?
Something like that. Yeah, he's really short. But I mean, the point being that I wonder how many people, like, my mental image of them based on how they speak in text, like, how wrong have I been?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know? And even then, if someone's just a voice, like with no webcam image, there have been times I've been so freaking wrong about some people and how they look based solely on their voice, too. Like
Yeah.
Jenny Morgan does not look at all how I pictured based on her voice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Same here. I had seen a couple of the older pictures. I mean, these pictures were shot maybe 30 years ago. But, yeah, and that didn't give you an idea of how she looked then. But where the heck was I headed on this one? I forget.
I don't know something about Jenny Morgan.
Yeah, there was something that was on my mind before you mentioned Jen, and
Oh,
yeah, it's
but I mean, there's a lot of folks like that where it's just,
oh no, I
man,
remember.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even somebody that you've seen on camera and that whole thing, from what I would see I was thinking that Aaron Ra was, like 6'5", 320 pounds, and no, he's not quite there. I mean, the last
Well,
time I
but I
was in
mean,
the
that's
same
not
room with
too
him,
far off.
say again.
That's not too terribly far off,
No, it's
though.
not. The last time I was in the same room with him, I mean, he's 6 foot 240, and I think he's lost a little since then. Yeah, because that's what actually got
Oh,
me thinking about losing some weight. Because he and I found out that day that we weighed the same, and
well, but
I'm
I mean,
3 inches
if you
shorter than a
look at
girl.
some people, though, there are some people out there who like they sit a certain way relative to the camera that like it's deceptive. Where take for example Christina Rad would sit really close to the
Yeah,
camera
yeah, and
and
you think she's a
made
lot taller.
made her look like some tall Valkyrie. And then you meet her and she barely comes up to the top of your rib cage.
Yeah,
You
she's
know,
like what 4'10" or some shit like that. Yes,
something.
yes.
And so there's that. It's really deceptive sometimes. What now? You know who looked, and I mean nothing at all like I mentally pictured, is Logic.
Oh, okay. Now I have never seen Logic's face.
Oh, he looks like some Midwest mountain man, like you know, shotgun toting, bunker in the basement looking guy. He's nothing like that. But seriously, Captain Beardy Man over there.
Okay, I did know that he had a beard, and that must be a lot of fun hiding it under that pantyhose thing that he's got going over
Yeah,
the face. But
it's just crazy to me that people I don't know like the mental images we can get versus the truth just based on insufficient data.
yeah, indeed he does. Um, but what can I
So
what can I tell you? It's
I I wonder what people used to picture for me when I was using solely an avatar in my videos, when it was just Sandra. Like, I wonder what people mentally pictured for my face based on my voice.
and geez, I couldn't even begin to tell you because I mean, I've known several incarnations of your face, but I've always known a face.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people. I mean, for years I used Sandra,
Yes.
and there were a lot of people probably for years never knew me any other way.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to wonder what they thought.
Yeah, you have to wonder. You really have to wonder. I just no, I cannot do any. I cannot close the door on your face to picture what your voice looks like.
Mm.
I have to admit that it's not within what I'm able to do.
Mm.
Now I remembered that when I first saw your videos, you looked scary.
Did I?
Yeah, you actually did. It might have been the lighting or something, but you looked scarier than you.
Oh. See, the thing is, I've had people tell me I'm scary, and I don't know what I'm doing to be scary.
Well, I can tell you now. I mean, it's the face that was in front of the camera. Um, I don't know, it was the angles or whatever you were doing, where you seem the lighting, or you seem to be more angular and you seem to be more sinister.
Well, I'm always sinister.
Oh.
What? It's true. I'm left-handed. Shut up, man.
Well,
No,
there
but
you
seriously,
go.
I don't know. Like I know someone who used to go to the same club I would go to, and she told a mutual friend that she wanted to meet me, but she was scared of me. And I'm like, well, why? I'm not scary at all. If you actually meet me, you'll discover that I'm the, teddy bear clutching small child that I am. And I don't know. I find it irritating. Like, I wonder how many friends I don't have because I scared them off with resting bitch face.
Yeah, there you go. Oh man, okay, yeah, because what we've got here, let's see. I'm going to save the image as. Um,
Oh,
this is gonna be fun, kids. I don't know how many of you have seen this. Um, okay, let's you over there. Get over there. All right, now we're gonna go to downloads, and we're gonna do that. Yay! And then we are. This is what I mean over here. When no, not that one. Present now. That's what we want. This is what I mean here when I say that I thought you looked scary. Um, all right. This is who I. This is the face I first saw.
okay, but that was never in one of my videos, I don't think. Or if it was very brief, and then I've been using that screenshot for years to look scary specifically. But
Okay,
I
okay.
mean, that's not what I do in most of my videos.
Because I'm looking at another one over here, and gods, when did you do this one?
What?
There's this is definitely from a video. It's got the right aspect ratio.
Oh,
Um,
showity.
yeah, it's gonna come here in a minute. Actually, this is a bit later than the other one. Okay, save image as, and okay, it's called max res default. So there we go. And okay, over here, yay. There you go. Even even this one is a little toward the scary, well, not as scary, but close. It's similar to my eyes
Oh,
anyway.
what planet is that scary?
And I think it might have something to do with the way the hair is in front of your face. Because I can
But how is
see,
that? I don't see anything remotely scary in that picture.
I don't know what it is. I really don't. It's got to be just the way it hits my eyes.
I mean, okay, like, I can show scary, and that isn't it.
Okay. And then there's.
Like, if you want scary,
Not to me, that's not scary, believe it or not.
okay, well, that's me actually trying to be scary. But I mean, like, okay, immediately after the brain surgery, I looked like that. Is that scary?
Oh, that is not at all scary, and that's pretty darn close to what I was about to show. Now, there's a scary one for you.
Okay, is that scary?
That is of the same sort of thing that I was calling scary earlier. Yeah, this is an older one of yours, isn't it?
Yeah, that's really old. But what about that?
Oh, that's just plain old weird.
Oh, that's me in front of a big wall of guitars. All right, all right.
No,
Is that scary?
that's just plain old cute.
Okay, what about this one?
That's even cuter.
All right. What about that?
Somebody I wouldn't mind looking at long term. Yeah.
Although Christina Rad thinks I'm scary looking.
Uh,
What about that one?
that's tending toward the scary thing again. It's got to be that smile of yours that looks. Oh my God, that's geek up one side and down the other.
Isn't it just? Although the throwing up the horns shirt kind of, yeah. All right. I
Oh
got one. You
wow.
want to see how fluffy bunny I am?
Oh.
Yeah. Of course, then I do things like this sometimes.
Yeah, there you are. That's another one that's halfway to scary.
I don't know why these GIFs are playing so slow. Oh well, whatever. But I mean, come on,
Okay,
I'm
that
not
was a while
scared.
ago. You still had the couch.
Yeah. Now, okay, this one's just strange.
Yes, it is.
Someone asked me for it. I figured, what the hell.
That is the
So
guitar that you personally own, is it not?
it is. It
Yes.
is. It's also the guitar that I really can't play.
I wish I
Like,
could
what the,
play.
I got good at playing Scotland the Brave, and that was it.
Okay. I wish I could play, but with the damage to my motor cortex, I just can't get the left hand to move like I need to. No matter which
Mhm.
way I play the guitar, left-handed
Mhm.
or right-handed.
Yeah, I'm just taking some of what you said kind of filthy like.
Well, I'll keep
And
my
here
mouth
comes
shut.
Captain Stool. Stool is being Stool.
Yeah, Randolph, you've got a point there, and that may be part of it. He says, "I think it's the lighting because Bionic Dance's hair casts shadows on her face, and a lot of people probably associate that with evil."
Well, okay, but I still don't think I'm that scary.
Well, no, I know you now, and no, you're not at all scary.
Well, okay, I don't think I look that scary either.
Well, certainly not now. No.
I mean, like, even if you see me for the very first time in history, I don't think I'm that scary.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know where this whole Kata scary thing is coming from, but it's just not true.
Well, this is coming from what I saw when I first saw you years ago. I mean, we didn't know each other yet. But I knew of this YouTuber called Bionic Dance. And yeah, she looked a little strange and crazy and scary.
Huh.
This might have been, oh, I don't know, at least 8 years ago.
Really? Because we haven't known each other that long.
Right, but I have known of you longer than I've
Well,
known
yeah,
you.
but
Yeah.
still, it just seems like such a wacky disconnect where there's at least 5 years worth of you knowing of me before we interacted.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate. I'm thinking it's unfortunate anyway. Um, yeah, I really didn't get to interact with you until I got to know you via Godless Iowan.
Right.
And that was only
Still,
that was only a couple of years ago. As a matter of fact, come June, it's going to be 3 years.
hmm. Well, regardless, to those of you watching, if anyone starts going around saying I'm scary, tell them that's just an illusion, please. I'm
Take care,
not
Randolph.
scary, damn it.
No, you're not scary. I know that now. Psy. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. Like way back in high school, I was trying to learn how to draw, and I am shite at drawing, which is why I do CGI. But I had this one character who was like this orc chick with a bow in her hair, and she kept insisting she's not cute.
Okay, okay. I've known
And
a
it
lot
was a
of
thing.
I've known a lot of people cute as a button who insist otherwise. Yes, so that's not unusual.
Yeah, but I mean, this was I don't know. I
It's
don't know.
not
It was
unusual to think you look like the crap. I don't know. Anyway,
Well, no, I mean, it was a little different though, because well, she was definitely not cute, and it was mostly because of the bow that anyone would think so.
okay.
Hello, come on, stupid thing won't let me click. What the hell's going on here?
Is you breaking that? Is it broken? Please do not
Uh,
do not do the broken to being to making. That would not be nice.
no, it's Chrome has just decided to stop responding for some reason.
Oh, for the love's sake, Ulick.
Yeah, well, what you gonna do?
I know.
But I'm trying actually right now to share a picture of that character, and it's just not working. I wonder what happens if I close that window and see if Meat loses its crap over it.
And that sort of thing has happened to me once or twice, and I could not tell you how it happens. Yeah, when it has happened to me, if I remember correctly, I've had to pretty much shut everything down and then come back in.
And I might have to do that because Chrome is so totally not responding in any way, which is weird because you can still hear me. I think I may have to shut down Chrome entirely.
What you're experiencing now is, in its own way, similar to what I experience when my mic goes tits up. You know, when I've lost my mic out of Chrome, uh, out of Meet. Yeah, I mean, I can still hear you and everything else, but I cannot turn the mic back on. And really, about the only thing I can do is turn everything off and then come back in.
There.
Okay, there you is. Is it all better now?
I don't know yet. Let's see what happens if I try to present again. Share screen, and there
we
it goes.
go. There we go.
That is the I'm not cute orc chick that I used to draw.
Okay, it's a very, very interesting admixture of cute and repulsive all at the same time.
Which is exactly what I was going for.
Okay, then.
Yeah. So
Love those fangs. Or actually, those are not fangs, are they? Because they're pointing upward. Fangs point downward, right?
does it matter?
I don't know. Does it? I forget what the definition is.
I'm pretty sure that fangs can be up and down.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. I've learned something new today.
Uh,
And then Amiga Nuts, yeah, you've got it absolutely correct. Bionic Dance Refined Royalty, bow down to her ladyship, the Reverend Catherine, the marginally acceptable of House Far.
yeah. It's true. I am, well, although not royalty, I'm actually nobility. There's a difference.
There is a difference, yes.
I am a member of the aristocracy, but not the ruling family.
I'm trying to remember, is it the case that royalty is inherited while nobility is conferred? Is that it?
Sorry, say that again?
Is it the case that royalty is inherited while nobility is confirmed? Or conferred?
No.
No.
I mean, like, say dukes and counts and earls and all that, that's inheritable,
Okay.
those titles.
Okay.
No, the difference is basically the difference between, like, say, a Congress Muppet and the president.
Oh,
like just in terms of rank, in terms of power. Like dukes are below kings and queens and all of that stuff, but they're still, in the government after a fashion.
Okay, so something to the effect of one's a 4-star general and the other's a non-com or something, right?
No.
No?
It's more like the difference between a general and a major and a lieutenant. Like they're all officers.
Move beef.
You know?
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Like I think the closest that we can get there is like when I bought my title from Sealand, I bought a ladyship, which is not like a landed title, the way, say, like a duke would be.
Okay.
So it's more like being a sergeant, like a non-commissioned officer.
That's when I said non-com. Yeah.
Right, but that's only for people who are like lords and ladies, rather than, say, dukes or earls or counts.
Or Dukes of Earl. Yes.
Yeah, Baron Wasteland and Count Backward are all, yeah.
Yay!
Oh. Man, I'm looking at this thing because you were talking about fangs, and my lower canines are pretty darn sharp. And I was trying to find if fangs only pointed up or only pointed down or whatever. I don't see anything that even attempts to make that distinction,
Okay,
right?
because
And I found an article though where someone said my dentist decided to file down my top fang teeth without even asking me what are my legal options. I've had dentists offer to file down my fangs, and I've said no, and they were surprised. And they were like, "Don't you like bite yourself? Don't you bite your mouth?" I'm like, "Whether I do or not, they're still fucking things, and that's cool."
yeah, and then the other thing I'm wondering here is, okay, for those of you who have fangs, is it an excess of enamel, or do you have the dentin inside going farther down than other people's canines have, to where if you were to file, you would risk filing into the dentin and it would start hurting?
Neither. They're just pointy.
Okay,
They're just extra pointy. Because,
okay.
you look at most people's canines and they're pretty round,
Mm-hmm.
you
Yep,
know?
yep, yep, yep.
But then you get someone like me and they're a little bit on the sharper side.
And there you are. Yes, I can see it, especially on the
The
okay,
lower
on the
ones.
right of the picture, on the upper, and then there's the lower ones. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
yeah.
So, and I've had dentists say, "You want that filed down?" I was like, "What are you fucking kidding me? If anything, make it sharper."
There you are.
Granted, that won't help the not being considered evil problem, if I'm walking around with fangs. But at the same time, I have naturally occurring fangs, and how awesome is that?
Absolutely. I have to wonder what genetics are involved there.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not even sure really how. Like I understand the basics of how genetics work, but like you know how there isn't just an eyesight gene, a teeth are shaped this way gene. It all like interacts together.
Right.
And so like I have no idea what the genetics are of like, pointy teeth or dominant or recessive kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. Aaron has addressed that to some extent in some of his evolution talks. For example, the allegedly the way it worked was that the human brain was able to expand the way it did because there are monkey genes that don't work. So the genes are there, but the proteins they make don't do anything, and that's how a lot of that works. That's why things are not specifically dominant or recessive. It's that something's always doing something, and sometimes that something is nothing.
Yeah. Oh, it is 6 o'clock, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it
If you,
is.
I can be back in a sec. I just have to feed the kitties.
Oh, I'll tell you, that was right on time, too.
Yeah. Oh, Columbia just walked up to me and started batting at my elbow. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Sure thing, hon. Yay! Yeah, I'll tell you, one of the interesting things, or one of the things I found to be very, 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 very interesting is genetics. How that stuff works. Um, how, you have, well, alleles are the various instantiations of the gene. The gene is simply a placeholder. It's where something goes. And you have sometimes the allele does what it's supposed to do. Sometimes it doesn't quite do what it was supposed to do, but it does do something. And sometimes it doesn't do anything at all. And the way that sort of thing works is just, to me, fascinating. I could probably have been a geneticist, but for the fact that unfortunately I fell apart when I was at university the second time, because I had my designs on a PhD, and unfortunately I came apart and did not get there. Um, it's one of the things that really makes me sad. Um, yes, and Amiga Nuts has put out a link for the systematic classification of life, the video series that Aaron spent 3 years making. It's a fascinating thing. You need to watch that.
Well, there was something that I went looking for because I got very curious about it and could not find an article that would lay out an answer to my question in no nonsense terms. It was one of those things where they have an article about it with about 1,000,000 pages of preamble before they finally give you an answer.
And I know what you think of that. Yeah.
Okay, but my question was, why don't our eyebrows and eyelashes just keep going? Why don't we have eyebrows down to our chin? Because the hair knows apparently somehow to just stop growing once it reaches a certain length. And I don't think that genetics is that intelligent.
Oh my. Okay, the way I understand it, the hair grows until it falls out. And
Okay.
I don't exactly know what it is that signals the eyebrow hair or the eyelash hair to disconnect and fall away. Um,
Well, I mean, maybe it's even just a simple weight thing. I don't know, but couldn't they start the article with that? Oh yeah, it grows until it falls out eventually.
yeah, that
Instead
would
of
be kind of
sticking in
nice.
like your scalp fur, it just falls out eventually. They could have just fucking said that without 3 paragraphs worth of ugh. It's
And the
kind of
way,
like if you ask someone, why is the sky blue?
oh
And they
my,
inevitably get into like refraction and blah 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 blah, and they can't just say, "Yeah, that's the fucking color of air, dude." You
that's
know,
pretty much what it is. Yes.
like shine a light at enough air and you'll get that color if it's direct light, obviously. I mean, because take a bunch of transparencies, transparency paper, and eventually you'll see like the more opaque it gets, the more you stack on top of each other, you'll start to discover that the transparencies have a color and they're not just clear.
Right, and the same thing happens with window glass, by the way. Have you ever noticed that?
Hmm. Yeah.
For those of you who don't know,
So
when you look at glass edge on, it's green.
yeah.
But when you
Oh
look at
yeah.
it face on, it's virtually colorless. Yes.
But I mean, like it just seems like there's like they never start with the simple explanation and then get more complicated. Clarify the simple explanation. They never start that way, and it pisses me off.
Moof beef. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, because when you really just want the down and dirty and quick answer, it's not going to be
Can't
absolutely
get
accurate and everything else, but it'll be close enough to give you an understanding. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, but I think that you should start with that big print, easy reader Cliff's Notes version, and then say, and now for the rest of you who really want to know the nuts and bolts, here's more. But
Mm-hmm.
instead, they'd rather lead you on and make you read the whole article. And the explanation they give is in there, sure, but it's not very coherent, frankly. It doesn't, and I mean that literally, it doesn't hold together in such a way where you can go back when you're done with the article and go, I understood that.
Yeah,
They don't just lay it out in bullet points.
and unfortunately, the it's not all of us are biochemists or whatever it takes. So you see that first paragraph, and it's already in third year biochemistry, and you're like, I can't do this, and you put it away.
Yeah.
Whereas, had your bullet point answer been up there, somebody might have been drawn into it and read farther and got more out of it. Yeah.
And I've gone down rabbit holes exactly that same way, where I see like a little bit of an explanation and it's tantalizing and I want to know more.
Yeah.
Whereas I've also come across this feels like being in school again and that was boring, like articles, you know?
Yeah, one of my favorite hobbies, not so much anymore, although I do a little bit of it, was link chasing. you'd start to read something, and then you'd see a reference to something else, and you would go to that, and then a reference to something else, and you'd go to that, and you would find yourself, light years from where you started, but the entire trip was so interesting you never noticed.
Well, I would go down these rabbit holes on cracked.com where, like I started out reading about the top 10 mistakes in these movies that made celebrities look like aliens or whatever, and then there'll be a link to another article where it's something like, here's the top 10 times like an animal was a vampire in a movie. And then you go looking, and for some reason that leads you to the number of times that animals were experimented upon, and it came up with a result that turned their fur purple or some shit. And
Exactly.
like the more you read, the further and further you get from the original topic. But it's also interesting and weird, and it's fun to read.
Absolutely. And that's the sort of thing I dearly love. And you mentioned Cracked. Is this the same Cracked I remember from 1968, which was Mad's?
Sylvester P. Smythe.
Yep. Yeah, they were Mad's chief competition. And
Yeah, that's the same one.
they seem
I
to
don't
have.
even know if they put out a magazine anymore, but they have a website that barely resembles the magazine. It's mostly just random lists of facts and memes.
Yeah, that's what I was more or less going to say. Is what I know now is not what I knew when I bought my first Cracked magazine. It was a humor magazine, that sort of thing. Certainly not the caliber of the usual gang of idiots, but it was good enough. And
Well, and I mean, Mad Magazine is out of business now too, which kind of stinks.
yes, absolutely.
And but also Cracked has a very, very, very dull YouTube channel. Like the problem is the host is a sleeping pill.
Oh, okay. Daproznie. And for those of you who don't know, I was informed by one who does that daproznie translates as yes, fermentation.
Oh, by the way,
Yes, dear.
I've been meaning to ask you, have you ever considered the possibility that you're on the spectrum too?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Okay, because one thing I've noticed, it's something I've tried to control and not perfectly well, and it's something that you do too, is saying certain phrases a lot.
Yeah, the
Um,
catchphrase, the whole thing like that. Yes.
yeah, and I mean, I've tried to control that because I know it's irritated people on occasion, and I didn't even know that it was a symptom until like a week or so ago, and then I was like, I've done that, and I know other people who do it too. Now I'm sure you can do it without being on the spectrum, but I'm just wondering, have you ever considered?
I have indeed. And one of the things is I have wondered, as you have, and you've voiced your wondering, is what do I get by determining whether or not I am on the spectrum? What kind of a difference does it make? Do I win a prize or something like that? Because if it's just useless information, it seems, why bother? But who can tell?
Yeah.
Because the
I,
extra
I
cash to go to psychiatrists and psychologists have I not.
Well, I mean, if I want to get diagnosed, I'm pretty sure it'll be covered by California's healthcare.
Lucky
Rock.
you. Lucky
Yeah,
you.
I know, right? Although not entirely lucky. It's not like California was a random choice.
Well, right. Yes.
You know. So there's that. Because honestly, I think while California is more of a pain in the ass with their forms, they actually cover me better than Seattle ever did.
Yeah.
Right? But regardless, it should not be a huge cost to get a diagnosis. And at this point, if I get diagnosed, it'll just be for peace of mind. I finally want to know what the fuck is wrong with me. You
Yeah.
know? And so that's why I would be doing it. And I figure this country's probably falling apart anyway. So even if being an Aspie is a pre existing condition, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for example, I am no longer in treatment for severe chronic depression, not because I was cured, but because I can't afford it. And believe you me, I'd rather be in treatment. All right. Um, this whole situation I'm in right now is not fun, not fun at all. But that's just the way mental health is here and elsewhere.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, I mean, I figure as long as it doesn't get me locked up or denied anything vital, I don't care what I'm diagnosed as.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
It's funny, like, I've often said I wouldn't give up being a kid in the 80s for anything,
Right,
but
right.
kids today in schools have a lot more resources than I did. And it would have been nice, and a lot more leeway for certain things. And it would have been nice to have had access to that.
Yeah.
Like, I will, I mean, even just resources where people tell you it's okay to be LGBT, for one, would have been
Okay.
nice.
Yeah.
But also the way they deal with conflict now, because they always wanted the kid who was making a fuss to shut up, and that's all
Yes.
they wanted.
Yeah.
There was no like what caused it and how do we prevent it in the future. It was always just shut up.
Yeah.
It
Mhm.
it didn't matter if like usually the kid who was getting bullied, all of the onus was on them.
Oh yeah,
Like there
yeah.
was there was no we'll stop the bullies from being bullies. There was no you're not allowed to be a bully. Like they never learned a lesson from being bullies except that they could do it with impunity.
And
Now, on the other hand, from what I hear, they're a lot better about that. And while I'm not bitter, I am disappointed. You know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely. Well, one thing I can tell you from years ago, it was very likely the place and time, because remember, I was in a Catholic school environment for longer than I care to think about. Um, Not only were the kids the bullies, the people in charge were the bullies as well. The teachers, the penguins, were bullies, and I got
Oh,
it from
well, a
everybody.
Catholic school, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if that sort of thing still goes on in a Catholic school environment or not. To me, it should not be allowed to go on, but they get a free pass for everything anyway. So what are you going to do? Um,
But you have that stereotype of the nun with the ruler.
oh,
You
we
know,
had that. Oh
yeah.
my word, we had that.
But
Yes.
I'll tell you this much: if I were to get a diagnosis of like Asperger's or autism or whatever right now, and I was still in school, like still elementary through high school, I think it would have gone a lot better for me to get that diagnosis when I was that age. Now, far more than it ever would if I had gotten it back then when I was actually in that grade. Because I think if I'd gotten it when I was in that grade, I'd be riding the short bus.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'd be with all of the kids with Down syndrome and everything. And it's not like my learning capacity was diminished.
Oh, obviously not.
I
Yeah.
learned just fine. It was more a matter of relating to others, really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I freely admit that there are times where if information doesn't come at me in the right format, I can't absorb it. Or if I'm in a fight with somebody and their apology doesn't come in the right way, it doesn't feel sincere or genuine. Like, especially if there is any ambiguity to it whatsoever.
Okay.
If there was any sort of if it seemed even remotely like they were trying to give a non-apology apology, I
Oh
would
yeah.
insist they rephrase it until it isn't one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And boy, did that piss people off.
Yeah, because I can imagine, especially if they were sincerely trying to not give a non-apology apology, but it sounded like they were. Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like, please, what am I doing wrong? Yeah, I get that much.
Oh, The worst one though is I'm sorry if you were triggered by something I said. No, fucker, you were sorry for what you said, or you're getting your ass kicked.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, where it's like, no, 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 no. You don't get to pass this off on me as being sorry for my reaction. No, you're sorry for what you did, or you're not sorry at all.
Sure, yes.
You know, I had someone try to pull that on me recently, not realizing just how much I wasn't falling for it, and calling them out on it. They didn't know what to do when I called them out on it. It's like, oh shit, this always worked in the past kind of thing.
Yeah, and then you run into somebody who's dealt with it before and knows what's coming. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm so sick and tired of humans. I really am.
Yeah, kind of know the feeling on that one. I often find myself so conflicted. Sometimes I think of it in romantic terms, and other times it's just general terms. I like, well, no, I don't mind being alone. And I don't mind being alone from, a lot of the stuff we were talking about. Humans are assholes and everything else like that. Unfortunately, one of the side effects is that you're lonely, and I don't like that.
Well, and that's the thing is I actually love being around people. They just have to be the right people, you know? Like
Okay.
there's some folks where I cannot relate to them in any way whatsoever. We just live in such radically different worlds. Like I could probably never actually hang out with the kind of people that like do the sort of literal tailgate parties with, the truck and everything.
Oh my.
I
Okay.
don't
Yeah.
think where it's like the overweight guys in with beer bellies and a can of Budweiser or PBR with their red redneck hats, not even necessarily a MAGA hat, just a fucking hat, and then they've got the wife who, pushed out 6 kids and supports her husband with every last scrap of her being, no matter how right or wrong he might be, but he's usually right according to her because she believes the same rednecky shit. Like I'm never relating to those people.
I wouldn't know how to
Just,
deal with
just
it
as
either. Yeah.
it's hard to relate to people who don't read for pleasure. You
Mm-hmm,
know,
mm-hmm,
it's
mm-hmm.
it's it's hard to relate to people who, like don't grok sci-fi fantasy fandom.
Okay.
It's just like what do you talk to someone about when you don't have common interests, when your lives just plain don't overlap in any way?
Right. And this is, I would describe it as being alone in a crowd. And
Yeah.
especially the slimy bastards never, ever could understand that. How are you alone? Because there's people all around you. And I'm saying, yeah, but you see, it's not the right kind of people. And
Yeah.
when you
Well,
say something like that, it sounds horrible, but that's what it boils down to.
yeah. Well, I mean, my family and I, we were supposed to do a family reunion this year, and obviously that didn't
Well,
happen.
that's,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, duh. But we've been trying to do a substitute thing where we meet once a month for a Zoom meeting, right? So
Okay,
we all
fine.
just set up our webcams and chat online, or I guess in some cases, like probably a phone. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Point being that I can't really relate to my family at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all the stuff that they're into, all the stuff that they do, I'm just sitting there going, I have no interest in anything you people are saying, and you have no interest in anything I'm saying. Why the fuck am I even here?
Yeah, absolutely.
And like I tried to talk to my parents about it, and all of their suggestions were like, well, why don't you ask people about stuff? And I'm like, well, A, I don't really care, but two, even if I did, when do they ask me about my stuff?
There you are. everything you get, everything you're told, or whatever people are trying to, in quotes, help you, is always you have to do these things, and that goes only so far. I
Yeah, I
mean,
mean, when does anyone else put in their special
yeah,
effort on your behalf? It's always you, you know?
absolutely. And this is one of the
And it,
things that really gets to me is there are people I know that I have called friend um, who will speak to me once every 4 years or something like this. And when we do speak, it's we haven't spoken or anything. We haven't talked or whatever. And so, yeah, it's not only me here. Can you give me a call? You know my phone number, God damn it.
yeah,
And they don't get that. And it's
yeah.
it's to the point where maybe I shouldn't do this, but I get to the point where if you don't want to talk to me, then I guess I don't talk to you.
Hmm.
It doesn't change anything. What the fuck? Oh well.
Well,
Yeah.
it also doesn't help that so much of my family are the sort where it's like, oh yeah, you know, in between my stints doing medical work in like the Sudan to help the homeless over there, I run marathons and I'm going back to school for biochemistry and all this shit. And I'm like, wow, I make YouTube videos where I tell people why they're dumb. Okay,
Okay.
and I mean, it's hard not to feel like a useless lump with that sort of thing. But then I remember,
Whoa.
I make some pretty decent animation. I know, I've been on television. People have told me I've prevented their suicide before. Things like that. I know explicitly I've saved at least one life through my direct actions. I've coined a term that people are actually using and things like that. I have to remember that no, I'm not completely useless. It doesn't matter if my subscriber numbers are at a standstill. Yes, they fucking are. They have been for quite some time. None of that matters. None of this other shit matters. I know I've made my mark on the world. I know I've done good, even if it's not something flashy like running the fucking Boston Marathon. You know?
Yeah, I mean, there's not enough of that stuff for everybody to have done it, but I don't want it to sound. I don't want it to sound like a stream of platitudes, but no, you are extremely important. What you do, what I've seen you do, is extremely many much important. Yeah, you've made your mark on me. Come on, really, you have.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
But
we're not joking about the obvious here either. It's in many ways. So what can I tell you?
well, I mean, it's been an interesting ride so far. I can't wait to see where my YouTube career takes me, where the live streaming with other people takes all of us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And with
So,
any degree of
so,
luck,
but I mean, that's the thing is I did for a while there just feel like a pathetic waste of time, just because looking at what my cousins have all done, and I'm like, man, I sure did waste my life, didn't I? But then I realized no, because I've had a fair amount of fun.
well,
You
there you
know?
are. Yeah, definitely. It's and I kind of know the feeling. I often wonder what would have happened had certain things not had I not fallen apart at uni, or had I taken a different track the first time, or had I had different caretakers, if you want to call them that sort of thing. But no, the track that I did take was still interesting enough. It made me who I am now. It made me what I am now, and I guess not everybody hates that.
Well, there's enough people in the chat right now to indicate that some people might even like it.
Oh, no accounting for taste, let me tell you. Oh,
I
I
know,
didn't
right?
notice you come in, Mama Atheist. Hi, dear.
Now, imagine if it was like possible. Wow, my brain just clamped up. There was something you had said that triggered something I wanted to say, and now I don't remember.
That
Oh
happens to me
well.
every time.
Oh, about taste. Yes, imagine if you could quantify taste. I wonder what that would even say. I can't even imagine what that would look like. I mean, I
Okay.
suppose if there was some way, it would probably have to be one of those like AI learning machine things where it asks a bunch of people to make a Venn diagram of what they like and why for a specific thing, like be it books, music, movies, whatever, or just narrative fiction in general. I don't know. And just try to not merely rate them on whether you like them, but what you liked about them, and then do
Mm-hmm.
that for like a couple thousand people, maybe put it up online as a thing, like a quiz anyone can take and it saves the data. But just to be able to find uh, the I guess the motivation behind taste, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it actually does. It's something I've thought of more than once. It's you like something, but why do you like it?
Mm,
Yes, uh huh.
yeah.
And I can remember us having a conversation about that a couple of years ago, but we won't go into that right now.
Well, but I mean, I can definitely say what it is I like about something. I don't know why I like that about it, though.
Yeah,
Like I can point to some of my favorite songs, and there's definitely some trends. Like most of my favorite songs tend to be upbeat and fast paced and in a major key. And I don't usually care what the lyrics are saying. That's a really easy way to describe at least, if not actually half of my taste in music, probably a third of it. You know, um, so I mean, obviously there are traits I can point to in common, or points in common to which I can point. Let's put it that way.
hmm.
So,
Oh my, I like this from Mage Grey Wolf. I don't know if you have the side chat up or not, hon. They had a sensor to get an AI to detect taste. A scientist put his head on the sensor and it registered as bacon. So computers think we taste like bacon.
well, it doesn't shock me at all. I mean, long pig is a thing, isn't
Yes, it
it?
is.
So, I mean, apparently humans do taste reasonably pork-like, porcine.
There, that's the adjective. There you go. Oh
Yes.
my, I love language. I
I
really
love
do.
language. That was another thing that bugged the crap out of me with those ASPE tests I was looking at, because they all assumed that if you have some sort of like obsession or something, it will be with math. There was nothing in there like, oh yeah, people who have like this mild autism love language, the rules like for grammar and punctuation, all that stuff. It's never mentioned there. No, no, no. It's always got to be numbers. Always.
Oh my, and yet grammars are many much fun. I like to fool around with grammar. That thing that I do, that te parota ko palkola karapatianta, and the other one is screwing up the English, for to the thing to seeing to making and all that other. I
Yes.
have discovered a tendency toward actual grammars in that sort of thing, and so, oh wow, how is that happening? What is involved with that? And that gets to studying other stuff, and yeah, it's fun,
Yeah.
even if it sounds like
So
I'm a
and
weirdo.
yeah, and that's another one of those is the whole like what am I talking about? I don't know, or yes, I know I'm weird. You know, Saying that as often as you do is one of those things that makes me think you might be on the spectrum, because I had catchphrases just like that and I probably still do. And like I've tried really hard to stop saying them because people have given me dirty looks over the years. And it's not easy. It's really not easy to do. Like I've been discovering how hard it is for me to look someone in the eye when I'm speaking, and I never really noticed it until I started looking into it. In fact, what I've noticed is if my eyes start to drift, and I notice they've started to drift, I will try to say like I'll wait till something dramatic, or I'll wait till I'm done, and then whip my eyes up towards theirs like it's a scene out of a movie or something, because it's the only thing I can do and not make it
Okay.
look super awkward. You know, but I'm just saying is that there's these habits that they describe, and I know I'm not the only one who's got them.
Math Pig, hi, sweetie. Yay! Didn't see you earlier. I see you up there. Yeah, now we're talking.
Oh yeah, another one of those sites I saw specifically referenced being obsessed with license plates, and I'm like, oh well, you
Okay
know,
then.
I mean, because you know me and license plates.
I do that.
Mentioned that I
Yes.
was, did I mention that I was right about the format, but wrong about the reason for it with California plates?
Yeah, and I cannot remember what was the actual reason. It's not the year of issue. It's what?
It's just sequential. That's
Oh,
all it
okay.
is. It's just
Simply sequential.
sequential. It's just a coincidence that the number they're on right now is so close to the year that we're on right now, so that I could make that mistake about it being the year that the plate was issued.
Okay, what year are they on? I mean, what number are they on now?
8. They're on 8.
Oh, okay. So I
Oh,
when I saw California plate a couple of days ago, it began with an 8, and I want that brought you to mind, and I wondered,
yeah.
okay, when was this plate issued? Okay, so it's a new
Yeah.
one.
Well, and I mean, like, there's this big controversy now. What happens when they fill up the nines? What do you do? Because, every other plate has already been taken from 0 to 9 now. What do you do? I'm sitting here thinking, well, duh, you start working on letters. There's enough of them that they'll last a while. Just flip it so now it's letter number instead of number letter.
Yeah, and that would actually go farther than number letter because where there are 10 digits, there are 26
My
letters.
point.
Yeah.
My point. Yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of like what they do with the whole sort of hexadecimal shit.
Mm-hmm.
Not actually hexadecimal. How computers sometimes they'll store stuff where it's numbers and letters, but it's not, straight up text. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
I
about?
think I think you did have it right when you're talking about hexadecimal, where a number might be 4F236A or something like
Yeah,
that.
that one.
Yeah, that
So,
is
I mean,
hexadecimal. Yeah.
it's the same thing with license plates, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
Mm-hmm.
So, there's that. I don't know.
And then of course the other
Um,
thing you can do is if you begin with a letter and then a number, you can start using non-Roman alphabets. Can you see stamping out license plates in Cyrillic?
Well, the thing is, I actually think that might be, if not illegal, at least forbidden in license plates now. I'm pretty sure there's certain special characters you just plain can't use. Now,
Okay.
granted that there's nothing that says that can't be changed, but right now, I think you'll find a lot of people being sticks in the mud about it.
Okay, well, there are a lot of those. And God's math pig, I don't know about you. I don't know what is so fabulous about me. We'll have a talk about that someday. Um, but what can I tell you? I'm just plain old me.
Well, I don't think anyone should strive for plain. I could never be Amish.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I like a
You
little
know,
bit of color about me too, but what can I tell you?
well, color or not color, I just like my gadgets,
There you go.
which sounds filthy. In fact, if Stool was here, maybe he still is. I haven't seen him type in a while. I'm sure that he would start posting about my falconry mermaid gadgets now.
Okay, yes.
You know,
Oh
but
man,
regardless.
Math Pig's license plate is RMC666. Okay.
Now, okay, I don't know. Has anyone here watched Good Omens, the Good Omens series with what's his face, who was the doctor in it?
Doesn't sound
Michael
familiar.
Tennant. Oh, it's a great show, although honestly, the book is a bit better. But the basic premise, I know I've told you about this, or maybe I told my dad, I can't remember. The basic premise is that there were two children born on the same day, and one of them is the Antichrist, and there was a mix up.
Oh,
And
now I
yeah,
recognize. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and then there was a car in there where I was looking at the license plate. I said, that says Sid Rat. Sid Rat backwards is TARDIS, and we've got a doctor in here. Duh. You know,
Okay, then.
but like the fact that I even bothered to look at the license plate in the first place, never mind check to see whether it was a word backward, is the kind of thing they were talking about when they say obsessed with license plate on that Aspie site. So I'm like, the evidence is piling up here. I just wish the pandemic would end so I could go get a real diagnosis.
I just wish the pandemic would end, period. Jesus Christ. Well, that's.
Yeah, there's no reason not to have reasons you wish it would end. I mean, duh.
There you go. Well, I do. Well, when I say no, I mean no in the I'm reasonably certain sense. I am reasonably certain that it's going to be over everywhere but North America pretty darn soon, and then
Yeah.
here in the snafu, which is CNAFU, which is Central North American Fascist Union. We are going to be waiting until 2025 for this damn thing to be over.
Probably. And it's just because we're surrounded by a bunch of overprivileged shitheads.
Yeah.
I mean, if they could just have a little consideration for other people. I mean, the whole notion that wearing a mask is somehow like the government trying to control you is just bizarre to me. It's like,
Yes.
no, the mask is for you to survive and for other people around you to survive. It's not fucking mind control.
Yeah, and it came up on Twitter earlier today is how many of these people who are bitching and moaning about masks use seat belts or helmets or condoms, and I realize that there are those who use none of those things, but I realize a fair number probably wear seat belts. What are they tired of bitching about the seat belts? Is
Hey
that the
now,
only
click it
reason?
or ticket.
Yeah, it's I don't hear as much as I used to. I don't know if they still do.
I see the occasional sign on the highway, but I haven't heard anyone actually, like, ever actually say click it or ticket when they were in a situation where the topic wasn't being debated like it is now. I've never heard anyone say it casually just in real life.
Okay, now I have actually seen road signs, click it or ticket. Uh,
Well, yeah, but I'm saying literally verbally say it. I've
oh,
never heard
verbally,
anyone do
yeah,
that.
daya que esta.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I don't know. Does it have to be the complaint du jour, or are they not? Is there not enough going on where they're going to have more than one complaint going on at the same time? One of
Um,
these things.
Well, the thing is, like, it doesn't even matter because if another complaint comes up, it doesn't mean they're just going to shrug and go, oh, yeah, and we'll just do the mask thing now, whatever.
Mm,
And the weird thing is, like, I can sort of half empathize with the people that don't want to wear a mask, but I also know that it's foolish. Like, I can almost feel what they feel, how they're bristling at the notion of being told what to do. But then I remember, oh, yeah, but like not dying and not killing other people kind of overrides my desire to walk around with my face uncovered.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, for example, I mentioned seatbelts earlier. I don't like the design of seatbelts at all. I have to move that shoulder thing all over the place so it's not giving me a problem across my chest. Um, but okay, I'll deal with it if I have to. I would much rather wear a 5-point harness.
Well,
If somebody
you
would get
know,
around to that.
Well, the thing is, like, I don't have a problem with the cross belt on a seatbelt like that, um, unless it's too high and ends up going around my neck, which has happened
Okay,
more than once. But I've seen people who hate the cross belt so much that they will slip their arm around it so that it's like now on their underarm instead of going across their chest. And
yeah,
that's like extraordinarily dangerous. Don't do that.
yeah. Um,
So Yeah.
That's why I would like to see that five. I would like the 5 point, because there would be less of a temptation to do that. Because I admit that I am tempted to do that from time to time, when it just gets to be so uncomfortable I can't deal with it. That's when you find a rest stop and you pull over and you get out of the car for a while. It's kind of nice that I don't own a motor vehicle, so I don't have to deal with that all the time. Um,
I just had this weird thought. Now, I mean, 5 point harnesses, it's like what sort of shoulders to the center, and then around the waist to the center, and then one up the crotch to the center,
I think
right?
I think that's basically the way it works. Yes.
So, what I have to wonder is like, if there is a crash, do boys get their nads squashed by that crotch belt?
You have to wonder. You do.
Because I know how it feels to have a cat step on my clit, and it's no fun at all. And I can only imagine what that front wedgie must have felt like to that poor girl. Like, granted, she was a bully, but to that poor girl in Cobra Kai, right? Because at one point, one of the girls she's bullying gets sick of it and just grabs her panties by the front and yanks it up to like her shoulders. And
Mm-hmm.
oh my fucking God, that has to hurt. So I can only imagine, if there's a sudden crash and people are thrown forward by inertia, guy's got to get his apple bag squashed. Am I right?
I would think that that's the case. Yeah. Okay. Here is. I'm gonna get this. I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now, and they're showing a 5 point harness in a Formula One car. Let me grab that down. Come here, you. Come on. Okay, it's in a Lotus. Okay, then. Now,
Most of the 5 point harnesses Asus's harness I'm finding are for children.
yeah, NASCAR mandates a 5 point.
I
Um,
suppose maybe the waist belt stops you before the crotch belt really hits you. Maybe.
yeah, easy am I not to knowing on that one. No, wait a minute. Where did this thing go? I don't see where it went. It's not showing up over here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, hey, I wonder if this
No,
is the
that's
same
you.
thing you were looking at.
Are you looking at it on Wikipedia?
No, but I
No.
am looking at a 5 point harness off road race harnesses, and it's got like a diagram. Let's
Oh,
see.
okay. Oh, let me see here. Okay, okay. Yeah, there is. That's much better to see than what I had. It was an actual 5 point harness in a Lotus Formula One car. But yeah, you've got over the shoulder, around the waist, and up the crotch. Mm-hmm. And I don't know which one is supposed to get tight first. I would
Well,
think it
I
would be
mean,
the
thinking
shoulders.
about it, I think it would almost have to be the waist.
Okay.
Um, I mean, if not the waist, then the shoulders. I can't imagine the crotch belt being the one that gets tightened first.
Yeah, that
You're
would.
thrown forward.
I take it that would do more damage than it would prevent.
Yeah. Well, and even if it didn't cause damage, it would hurt like a mofo.
Wow. Yeah.
I really don't know. Oh, okay, that's how that's worn. All right, I saw another one that looked better. That.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to. It's not going to squish his balls, at least, as badly.
Yeah. And, I would hope that the crotch belt would be thick enough that it's not going to try to go up anything. Like let's
Yeah,
put it this way.
right.
Kate does not want twat floss.
Yeah. Oh, for some reason I did not lose this. That's interesting.
Okay. I found like a 20,000 point harness that kind of looks like a cross between a BDSM outfit and Sean Connery's outfit in Zardoz, which, let's face it, was kind of a BDSM outfit. But I
Oh, for the
mean, my
love of
first
St.
thought when I
Gulick.
saw that, because it is
Whoa.
a 5 point body harness, it says. But my first thought when I saw that was, oh yeah, whips and chains.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, and you know what? It's mostly the red. If the red wasn't there, and let's face it, if the mannequin wasn't naked, I might not have had that thought.
Okay, then.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
So,
what the one I had found is this one in the Lotus. Let's see if we can egg this fleeg here.
oh, I see.
Wait a minute. Why did I not do it right? There it is. Yeah, there it is. Um, and this is a racing car. So yeah, I just don't think I'd want to. Well, I don't want to go through a crash anyway. But I don't know if I'd want to go through a crash with one of those crotch straps in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
It's
considering
funny.
as much as I'd like to
Um,
get rid of it, I still have the hardware.
when I was first trying to decide if I wanted to move to San Diego in the first place, I came here and visited, and my dad came along, which sort of surprised me, but he decided to. And at one point, we were just like trying to find stuff to do because I'd already decided on which apartment I wanted. And so we went to this sort of like indoor racetrack where we get in these little sort of Indy cars and just drive around this little track.
Oh
And
yeah, okay.
when it was over, I mean, because it was fun in the moment, but like 5-10 minutes after it was over, I was so nauseated. You have no idea.
Oh, from going around and around.
But that's the thing. I mean, it wasn't like an oval track. It had lots of little like twists and turns in it. So it wasn't just from going in a circle.
Okay.
And I felt so sick to my stomach when it was over.
There was an outdoor version of one of those tracks near a shopping mall, which has now failed near me. And I had thought of going there many times and never got around to it. And it's like, oh well, an opportunity missed.
Well, one thing I kind of want to do, and like I'm actually kind of waiting till my dad shows up again, which will probably be next year, whatever. But I know this is the kind of thing he'd want to come along on is indoor skydiving.
Oh, I believe you had talked about that a little bit. You what is it? You basically get in a tube and there's air blown up.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Okay.
And you wear like this big puffy outfit that's supposed to like catch a lot of the air and keep lifting you up. It's crazy expensive though. It's like $60 for 60 seconds. But
Wow.
allegedly, if you have I think it's Costco membership, you can get a discount.
Oh, okay. So it's only $55 then, right?
I don't, I don't know. That's part of why I want to wait for my dad, actually, not just father daughter time, but also because he's the one with the Costco membership and I'm not.
Okay then.
Yeah.
I used to have one of those, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, I haven't been in a Costco in Christ over 10 years.
It's funny. There are certain stores that for me have started to blend together. For example, like Costco, Target, and Walmart. My brain cannot tell them apart until I go to one. And I suppose part of that, I've never in my life been inside a Walmart ever. So there's
Consider
that.
yourself
Uh,
blessed.
I think I've only been in a Costco once or twice, and it was a long ass time ago. So in my head, all of them look like Target. But the one time I remember now, the one time I went into a Costco feeling very surprised because it just looked like a warehouse or an aircraft container, and it didn't
Yeah,
seem to have any real rhyme or reason to the way things were stacked. And I was
right.
very surprised. I didn't realize how much it was just a surplus store.
Yes, absolutely. That's a very good way to put it. Because the last time I was in a Costco, I would have described it as an aircraft carrier, aircraft hangar with stuff in it. And as you say, there was virtually no rhyme or reason. You found the cameras and the stuff over here, and then next to it is boys' clothing, and next to it is home decor, and then the women's clothing and all this other bullshit. And it's like, okay, who arranged this place? But
Well, you know what it kind of felt like now that I think about it? Like I just came up with this description, but it's kind of apt. It felt like walking through like a Goodwill or the Salvation Army that had gotten too big for its britches.
okay, I like it. I do. That
Yeah,
sounds very apt. Yeah. Oh, boy.
yeah.
But
So, I mean, they just blend together in my head. The only reason that I really make much of a distinction at all is to laugh at the Walmartians.
mm, yeah,
Yeah. No, I
it's
mean, you look at a Target, and honestly, like if you put them in a lineup, you would not mistake it for a Costco in any way.
right.
But again, I don't know about Walmart because I've never been in one ever.
As I say, consider yourself blessed. The only reason
Eh,
I go into a Squall Mart is it's less than a mile from me, and
mm,
the Target is rather a lot farther. I would prefer the Target. I like the way they're laid out better. Their aisles are wider. Their staff seems to be their staff seems to have an IQ slightly higher than the average IQ at Walmart. I hate to say that, but the Walmart
well, I'll just
people,
have
if
to
you
take your
ask,
word for that.
say again,
I'll just have to take your word for that.
yeah. I mean, for example, the Walmart people, where could I find this particular item? Whereas at Target, they know exactly where to point you.
See, I wish that were true, but here, the Target, you ask people for an item, and probably more than half the time, they'll pull out a cell phone and look it up on the Target site to see if they even carry it, much less where it is in the store. And I'm like, really, guys, you don't know your own store? I mean, I remember when I was working at Toys R Us, if someone asked me for something by name, I knew what the fuck aisle it was in.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was like that when I worked retail. I know exactly where to tell these people to go and what to do when they got there. Um, you got to
Yeah.
know the store.
Although the really fun part, although it was a little stressful because I hate steering people wrong, but the fun part was when the mom would come in going, my kid wants something for Christmas. I'm pretty sure it's a robot and it might be green. And I'm like, I'm going to screw this up, I'm sure, but let me show you the possibilities. You
Mm-hmm.
know, where it's like imagine the poor kid in the 80s who asked for a transformer and got a GoBot, you know?
Oh my, oh
And
my.
yeah, and so I would try my hardest, but there was something about just the search for the item. It was like having a half of a treasure map and trying to find it anyway. So I actually kind of enjoyed that challenge. That was fun. Although there was something about the like, oh my gosh, thank you when like you get it right. Where the parent comes in, I can't remember the name of it, darn it, and you say, was it this? And they go, oh my gosh, that's the name I remember. There was something kind of fun about that.
Yeah. Now, one thing I never did quite get the hang of was somebody would come in. I'm looking for a Christmas gift for my little brother, and I'm really not sure what kind of thing to get. Do you have any suggestions? And I'm standing there
Oof.
like, I don't know. I'm really
I
searching.
mean, I would always have to fall back on, well, what are they into?
Mm-hmm.
And if they said I don't know, I'd be like, what do you expect me to do? I don't know the guy.
There you are. Yeah. So at
You
least
know?
I'm not alone. Yeah, that happened. That happened to me a lot in May Company Toy Department the first year I worked for them. Yes, dear. What do you want? Okay. She wants to move. I was on what they called their C Force. Um, they had the 37 and a half hour full timers who would work like say 9:45 to 6:15 or whatever it would be. And then there was that
Mm,
little block at the end between the end of their shift and closing time.
yeah.
That's when they'd bring in the C people because they
Oh.
called the shifts A, B, and C. The thing, we got called C people, even though the full timers would work either A, B, or B, C, and then you filled in at either C or A, one of these.
Now, there's something I would like to clarify because you mentioned a certain number of hours that these people would work. What was it, like 39 and a half, 37
Oh,
and a half,
37
something
and a
like that?
half hours a week was
Okay,
considered full
because you know
time.
what that sounds like to me? Is that sounds to me like an excuse to not have them work 40 hours a week and thus owe them benefits.
That's exactly what it was.
Okay.
Yeah. No, yeah, that is exactly what it was. You worked 7.5 hours a day, and with that, you did not get any benefits. And then, I mean, you did get minimum wage, but that was it.
Yeah. I was a little lucky in high school. My job paid $1 over minimum wage.
Oh wow.
And, like in high school, score. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I
But
remember
until, oh, go on.
when I went to work for May Company, minimum wage was $2. They paid us 201.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, penny over
Yeah.
minimum wage. It was like, hey, come on,
Well,
guys.
the thing is, though, we could totally afford it. I mean, it was an independent business. There was like maybe 3 shops, and they were spread out all the hell over like New England and New York. But until Blockbuster came along into our small podunk Vermont town, Empire Video was where it was at. That was the only place you were getting your videotapes. We had the best selection and everything. We had drop off boxes all over the city. You know, and so it was just like we were the best game in town. That's why they could afford to pay us. Because like the person who created the business, he was like kind of he just loved having a business. He loved making it the best business he could make it. The problem was that once it was as good as he thought he could make it, that's why he sold it to Blockbuster because he wanted a new project.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and Blockbuster came in and fucked everything up.
Well, yeah, they really screwed themselves up. There was a video that I watched. I forget who did it, but it was something like "What happened to Blockbuster?" As in, why did they fail? And yeah, I
Yeah.
guess it was a litany of errors.
Well, I mean that, and DVDs hit. So what do you do with all those VHS tapes? And then streaming services hit, and it's like, okay, no one's renting our shit anymore because it's so easy to get it without going out.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean the video store industry pretty much died when streaming services came along. The only problem with that is there's a limited selection on a lot of these things, and when there isn't, it's like, yeah, I got Hulu and I have a lot of selection to watch on Hulu, but if I want to watch the movie I was actually after, I have to pay for the HBO add-on and the Showtime add-on and the MTV add-on and the NFL add-on if I'm into sports, and blah 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 blah. It's like, you have to basically spend a gajillion dollars to get everything, but a lot of the
Mm-hmm.
stuff that you really want is behind that paywall.
Yeah, yeah, which is one of the reasons I really haven't done any of that stuff. Um,
Well, I
it,
mean, most of them are peanuts a month, $11 to $15 for as much media as you can consume.
well, are they the way cable television used to be, or I don't know, maybe it still is. Back when I had cable television, which was a long time ago, when you got the basic package for $35 a month, you got Home Shopping Channel and WGOD, and that was about it. To get anything else that was worth anything, you had to pay through the.
I mean, similar, but not exactly. I mean, if you pay for like the basic Hulu package, you get a lot of TV and movies. I mean, a fucking lot, like as in more than you could watch in one lifetime. It's just that, some of the best content is behind those paywalls. Even then, it's usually like a couple extra bucks a month, but it isn't really worth it, I don't think. Besides, I also have Amazon Prime Video and Netflix. So, I mean, my selection is big enough without having to pay extra.
Yeah, because the stuff I had to deal with, because I did have cable television when I was living alone for a couple of years, and you got the very basic, but to get anything like Discovery Channel, this was when Discovery Channel was still good, so I would have wanted it. You had to buy that extra package that was like $15 extra. So instead of paying $35 a month, you were paying 50. You were paying 50, and you were getting. You still had to pay for other things to get the stuff you wanted. You got one thing that you wanted, but to get those other two things, you had to buy more packages that were another $15 a month, and it was.
You couldn't choose the channels you wanted. There was no buffet of channels.
Yes, I would really have preferred a la carte. I really would have. But they didn't do it that way. And there was a reason they did it that way.
Do it that way. It would have been a logistics nightmare to try to do it that way. But also I'm pretty sure that like with Hulu, if you get everything all at once, you get a discount.
Oh, okay.
But even then, I mean, there are so many like streaming services and add-ons now, and all of them expect you to pay. So it's like, if you decide to get the NBC Peacock service and CBS All Access or whatever the fuck it's called, and then you want like I know there's others, at a certain point, it's like $100-$200 to get every streaming service,
yes.
BritBox and all of those. It seems to me that there should be one company that like makes a deal with all of the streaming services and lets you get a package deal of every last one of them at a discount.
Okay.
It seems if they all consolidated and made it actually closer to cable television, frankly, where you get like so many different things together in a single package, I think you could make bank doing that.
Yeah, you talk about that. The other thing that gets me about that stuff is they don't do it as much as they used to, but they still do call me and ask, how many televisions do you have? And they'll say, we've got this really great deal where you're paying $95 a month for internet, but for only $97 a month, you could have the internet and this great television package. And then I will ask, well, how much does the television cost when the promo's over? So that you don't want it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I've seen that happen. I've also seen it happen where they say, no, it stays that price. It's rare, but it happens.
Oh my, I haven't run across one of those yet.
Yeah. Well, again, see, the problem is you don't live in civilization. Mm-hmm. Here in California, we get a lot of shit that other people don't.
Yeah.
So, that. But, I don't know. I mean, right now I'm satisfied with the 3 streaming services I have plus YouTube. It's plenty to entertain me. Plus, oh my gosh, I just found the program for Kate to watch.
Oh boy.
It's called The Goldbergs, and it is an 80s nostalgia-gasm like you wouldn't believe. Plus, if you ignore the fact that the main character is a boy, we have so much in common. Oh my gosh. Kid has a video camera, wants to be a filmmaker, was born with lazy eye and has to wear glasses, loves geekery like sci-fi and fantasy, plays a lot of the same board games I had as a kid. And I mean, it's just like, and the whole thing, what I love about it, honestly, is that it is not set at a fixed time. Every show says it's like, March 13th, 1980 something. And a lot of times they'll mix and match bits of the 80s where it's like, Bill and Ted and the Breakfast Club came out at the same time, or they'll be mentioned as if they did. And it's just like, okay, this is a story about a family and the 80s, and it doesn't matter when it actually happened. Like
Okay, then.
we're not even pretending to have continuity with the actual timeline of the 80s. And I actually love that about it. It makes for a better show.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely brilliant. Oh, and you know what? Narrated by Patton fucking Oswalt. I love him so much. He's one of my
Oh
favorite stand-up
my.
comedians.
Okay.
So seriously, like the Goldbergs, if you get a chance and you're a dyed-in-the-wool 80s kid like me, you fucking watch that show. You will not be disappointed.
Well, here's the thing. If I can't decide on something else to spend my money on, I may actually spend money on streaming services because, okay, the way baseball has gone with this COVID thing, I'm really soured on them. I will be canceling the baseball television that I used to get because I don't see them having actual crowds inside baseball stadiums for a good long time, and I don't know
No.
if I want to be watching that stuff anymore because, as I say, I've soured on it. They've really done it wrong. So okay, I'm gonna have $130 a year extra to spend. Now, do I?
Oh my gosh. Now, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Have you gone looking for a free baseball stream on Google?
No, actually, I have not.
Okay, because when me and the Super Bowl, it's the only football I watch, but I watch it every year, and you can 100% stream it for free. Now, it wouldn't shock me to discover the same thing for baseball.
Okay, okay. Now, if I did find something like that, I'd consider it maybe, but I'm not even sure anymore that I want to watch it, at least right now, because I don't want
Okay.
to. The empty stadium with the cardboard cutouts in it, it's worse than no baseball at all.
Well, I mean, really, what's so terrible about that? The cardboard cutouts. I wouldn't have a problem with that if the sport was still good.
Well, and the thing is that you hear crack and then all that cheering, for example, when it looks like
Mm.
you don't have that anymore. It's gone. You don't have the people looking on and responding to it. One of the things I really love when I think back to the game at Wrigley that I attended. There was one inning where you had four home runs. Three of them were consecutive, and to hear that crowd, you not only heard that crowd cheer, you felt that crowd cheering because the sound pressure just beat against you, and that was just. To somebody like me, there's nothing like it.
So I'm seeing here that there's a couple of like Reddit groups that you can join for Major League Baseball streams. Let's see. And like they're sitting here Major League Baseball live stream 2020, how to watch every baseball game from anywhere in August. Yeah, you go looking, you'll find a way to watch your damn baseball online. Now, one thing that suddenly occurs to me, because I've done this for other friends. I'm not sure how many accounts you can have on Hulu, but when you buy an account, you can set up like for different people. Like I have one for my mom, and I have one for a friend of mine that I've known since forever. And like I could probably add you to my Hulu account, and you could probably use it to watch TV and movies. I'll have to look into it, but I might be able to give it to you for free.
Well, I will thank you for that. I mean, if you want to investigate that, I'm not averse to it. Um,
Well, it'd be foolish to turn out down a gift like that, wouldn't it?
it would be, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'll look into it. I might have reached like it might be you can only have three at once, but we'll see.
Well, danke
Uh,
schön.
course, I'll have
And
to ask my mom if she ever uses it because honestly, I don't think she does. And so I'll get rid of her account if I have to.
mm, I'll tell you, Mage, the only thing to me, anyway, better than baseball with baseball with the audience is baseball on the field. There, there's nothing like playing the game. Really, there's nothing
I
like
don't know.
it.
I mean, like, honestly, if they ended up holding the Super Bowl this year, and I don't know if they will, and I watch it and the stadium's empty, I'll still enjoy it because we still have the commercials and we still have the game. And that's all I need. And frankly, I make enough noise that if the crowd doesn't, I, like if the team I decide to root for because their helmets are pretty starts doing really well, I'll, I'll make noise. There's no doubt about that.
Well, my understanding is that the football is going on. I do believe that it is for empty seats, but it is going on. So you may get your wish.
Well, but I mean, like, when we talk about books in tree pulp form versus digital form, and I'm always like, I don't need it in wood pulp form. In fact, I prefer it in digital form. Honestly, I feel very similarly about whether there's a crowd or not during the game. You know what I mean? Like I'm
Okay.
there for the game, not the crowd, not the experience necessarily, but just to watch them play. Like I don't. The rest of it is trappings and window dressing, and I don't need it to enjoy myself.
Okay. Okay. Um, oh, God's the one thing I so dearly love, and of course you can't get it because COVID, is just going to PNC Park on a summer afternoon, sun shining, nice and warm, watching these guys on the field, watching the people in the stands. That's part of the, especially, you've got different players or whatever, but they happen to be hitting the foul balls into the same section. So you watch the same guy catch six foul balls throughout the entire game. And it's, stuff like that. It's all part
Like,
of it.
okay, one thing that happens to me whenever I live somewhere is I end up with a big brother. Like, even if they're younger than me, I will meet a guy who's like brother from another mother, and he treats me like the little sister he actually likes. Like
Okay.
you know how brothers and sisters will often have that rivalry, but then you'll get that brother who's like, mess with my sister and I'll kick your ass. I end up with one of those no matter where I'm living, right? And in Seattle, that was Joel. And he and I went to a bunch of Seattle Sounders games, which is soccer. Right
Oh,
now,
okay, fine.
I'm not really so much into soccer, but I like hanging out with friends, so I would go anyway. And the part that absolutely knocked me out is that everyone stands through the entire game. Nobody sits. You're standing and cheering, and that's what you're doing.
Oh, well.
And I'm like, I kind of would like to sit a little bit, and my feet are starting to hurt. You know, it's
Yeah.
weird. Like I don't know.
Okay, I've never been to anything like that where you stand through the entire thing. But what can I tell you? I
Yeah,
remember, oh my word, years and years and years ago, back at Cleveland Stadium, uh, whenever whenever one of the Indians would hit a home run, which happened rarely enough, so maybe this was the reason, everybody would jump out of their seats to cheer. They'd all be standing for the cheering until the ball went out, but that was about all the standing you did. And yes,
yeah.
this was like 1966 I'm talking about here.
It's funny because you mentioned the Cleveland Indians, right?
Hmm.
And I'm surprised they haven't changed that name to something more politically correct, frankly. I know that the Washington Redskins are planning on changing their name,
Yeah, I don't
right?
know. Right. I don't
Now,
know.
someone mentioned the Kansas City Chiefs, and I was like, you know what? You could manage to keep that name if you change that arrowhead logo to something a little more military and say it's like, Master Chief, like,
Yeah, or the Kansas City CPOs. There you go.
oh no. I'm saying keep it Chiefs, but turn it into like, the Chief Sergeant or whatever
Yeah.
chief there is in the military, but keep the word chief, because it doesn't have to be a Native American reference.
Right, right. Yeah, well, yeah, as far as changing the name, remember it took them long enough to get Chief Wahoo off the uniforms and everything. They
Chief
got,
Wahoo. Is that the Indians, Cleveland Indians, with that grinning fellow?
yes, that one. Um, and I don't know how I feel about that, but what can I tell you? It.
Well,
Well, if you'll excuse the phrase, it is what it is.
Well, I mean, Vermont does not have its own professional anything team, but it does have the minor league baseball team that used to be the Reds. And I don't know if they changed it because, oh my gosh, it's a reference to communism, and or maybe it's not, but people will take it that way. But now they're the Vermont Lake Monsters, which I mean, makes
All
sense because
right.
Lake Champlain has Champ, which is like the Loch Ness Monster, but in Vermont. And so, like, the mascot is this wacky looking dragon thing, which, Champ's supposed to be a serpenty, sea serpent looking thing, but what the fuck ever, and it just seems like such an awkward name, though, the Lake Monsters.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, I just found them. It's an interesting little logo they've got going there. I'm trying to see where they are. Oh, they're in Class A short season. Okay. Uh,
I don't know what that means.
that's one of the lower minor league. The more A's you have, the closer you are to major league. Um,
Yeah.
what we've got is a minor league team even lower on the rungs than that. It's called Pioneer League, the Washington Wild Things. They are in
God,
Washington, PA.
do they make your heart scream?
Yes, they do. Absolutely,
Huh?
they do. Trying to remember if they have the permission to use that. I think they do, or if they buy the rights to use that. Um, the Wild Things mascot looks like a crazed wolf. Let me see if I can find it.
I just found an image of a guy like in the middle of pitching, and he is making the funniest face doing it.
What is
He
this
is
from the Wild Things?
no, it's one of the lake monsters, but
Oh,
just
okay.
the look on his face just makes me laugh.
Oh my word. Okay, yeah.
I mean, he looks pissed, doesn't he?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, putting everything in the world behind it.
But my high school mascot, well, like the team was called for the longest time was called the Rebels, which I thought was cool because of Star Wars. But the mascot kind of looked like a Confederate soldier. Now I think he was supposed to be more like versus the British, because they tended to wear earth tones and really sort of like there wasn't a uniform so much, for the
Okay.
rebels against the British, but he looked kind of like a Confederate, and so they changed it to the Wolves.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my.
I wonder if
I
I can find that logo. The let's see, South Burlington Rebels logo. Um. Well, that's not the one I remember, but my word, does he look Confederate?
Oh, there it is.
Let's see. So present now, a window, and bink. So, it'd be really easy to mistake this guy for, you know,
Looks like a
ah,
looks like a mountain man or a cross between a mountain man and a cowboy.
here is the one I remember.
Boy, that's kind of Yosemite Sam-ish.
A little bit. And so I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, that looks very yeah. So they changed it. Now it's the wolves.
Oh my, yeah, you got. Oh, this is fun because I wanted to have some fun with this guy and I never got a chance. Um, okay, let's wait a minute. Come on, there you go. He would go around the stands pretending to eat people's heads.
And
Uh,
I can't help looking at this thing and thinking, "Wow, talk about low rent IQ." This mascot here has the look of like Goofy,
kind
where it's
of.
like the one that goes hayak hayak and acts stupid is what this looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he was a fun person. He really was. But what I wanted to do, and Melody threatened to kill me, was okay. I'll click to cancel the presentation so you can present. There you go. Oh my, how yeah, formidable.
Well, that's my high school now.
But
So
when this wild thing was going around the stands, I wanted to get up and run and throw my arms around the mascot and yell, "Mommy!" she threatened to leave me there.
oh, okay.
Well,
I all right.
there were a few things that I pulled. One of the times her father came to visit, that was the cheap beer day, so you can tell where this is headed.
Mm.
So we're there, and you know how you do that stomp stomp clap, stomp stomp
Oh yeah,
clap.
yeah. We will. Yeah, that one.
I started improvising on that theme about each of the players that was coming up. And I had the entire fucking stadium looking, and Melody was, I don't know him. I don't know him.
Mm. Well, like there's a couple of things I would really like to do. For example, I actually a couple of months ago got a chance to photobomb someone.
Oh,
Like
wow.
I saw them setting up the camera to take a picture of her and her friend, and she set it down with a timer. And I was like, oh, I know what I'm doing, So like I stuck one leg out in the air, stuck my arms up, and stuck my tongue out. And when it was done, I was actually at a traffic stop at the time, a traffic light. And I was waiting for the walk signal. And when they saw that, like she turns around, she goes, "Nice photo bomb, awesome." So like I was worried I'd get in trouble, but she thought it was great. you know.
All right.
So there was that.
Nice.
Another one I want to do, and I think there's like a meme about this going around Facebook, is like to run up to a complete stranger and go, "The date, what's the date?" And they tell you, and you go, "No, no, no, the year, what year?" And they tell you, and you run off and you go, "There's still time," and run away, you know? Or, or,
Sounds like
or
something
like,
I would do.
or something like that. Not, or maybe not. There's still time, or like, "Oh, it's too late. Save yourself," and run away. Or even just the time machine worked and run away. That kind of thing.
This is one of the things, okay, that's not all that great about being alone. Living alone, that sort of thing. You don't have anybody to play off or play for. But
And
the stuff I used to, Melody, as I said, would always want to kill me. She would threaten to, lead me wherever or whatever. And even Sandra, when we were married, would get a little, "What are you doing?" But that was when it was better to pull something like that, because not only did you have the people you were doing this to, you had this person over here who was, oh no. So you got that extra little bit of dismay, if you will. And yes, I
see,
played off it. I loved it. They
the
didn't, but
thing is, though, that like, I mean, I've been in similar situations, but some part of me always kind of wanted people to laugh with me. Instead of rolling their eyes, I wanted other people to think it was as funny as I thought it was.
uh huh, uh huh. Well,
And they usually don't. Like there's a lot of things that have gone on in my head where I'm like, this would be so much fun to do, but I think it would only be fun to watch. Like actually being on the receiving end of a joke you weren't expecting. I don't think people really connect with it. It's
Okay.
rare for someone to go, "Oh, I saw what you did there and I loved it." Usually it's like, "Oh, there's Kate being Kate again."
Oh my, I don't know how often that happened compared to how often somebody appreciated the stuff I pulled or whatever. One of my favorites, and it's stupid. I know it's absolutely stupid, but one of my favorites was if you had something on the menu, and I happen to want this thing on the menu, but it happened to have marinara sauce with it. It would indeed always become marijuana sauce, and then
Oh,
Melody's there. I don't know him. I don't know. And
well,
usually the wait staff would be smiling. That's maybe they had to because I don't know.
usually in my head, because I've never really said this to wait staff, my brain wants to put the emphasis on another syllable and call it marinara sauce.
Oh, okay, fine.
Now,
Yeah.
I've never actually said that in the moment. In fact, this might be the first time I've vocalized it to anybody, but I've kind of wanted to say it. I just know that it's the kind of thing that won't land,
Uh
you
huh.
know? Like it's one that I say all the time, though, is like, you've paid for something, you're about to leave, and the cashier says, "Have a nice day." And I'll say to them, "You too, but only if you want to."
Okay,
And most
fine.
of the time people think that's hilarious. So there's that. Another one I love to do is if I'm, and I know I've told you about this one before, if I'm calling up for an appointment at like the doctor or something and they say, "Sure, we can get you in at 8:30," I'll say, "Can it be 8:33?"
Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I don't
So
know.
there's ones like that.
Have you talked
There's also
about
the
it?
one with the Starbucks app where I want to put in wacky names to make them say it.
I was just headed there. I couldn't remember if you had done it or you had just talked about wanting to do it.
I tried it once and didn't realize there was a character limit and that they didn't add the last name. So
Oh,
you have to keep what you write down to about 17 characters, I figured out.
okay.
So, like you can't actually put "for the glory of the empire" because that's just too many.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Move beef. Yeah,
Yeah.
because maybe that's one of the reasons they keep it that short.
Maybe, but I can come up with some short ones that will be hilariously funny, in my never humble opinion. But the thing is, I mean, in the moment, I doubt it'll be as funny as it will be if I have someone record it for YouTube.
Okay, then.
Because you put that shit on YouTube, oh, that could easily go viral.
Yeah, there you are. And now you've got an audience you never realized you could have. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I kind of want to sort of slowly phase out atheism and switch to animation only. Because honestly, I feel like you hear about that dude who's in the military. He's like, "Yeah, 20 years, man. Now I can retire." You know,
Yeah,
and I
okay.
kind of feel like I may have put in my time on atheism. I 12 plus years may be enough for me to like retire gracefully. Although I have to admit, part of my main reason for wanting to is not just because I've gotten a little tired of it, not just because my subscriber numbers are at a standstill, but I just sort of feel like I could do so much better on YouTube. You know,
Okay.
like atheism is such a niche market, but if I
It
do
is.
short animations that are meant to be funny, that's the kind of thing that sells on this platform. And honestly, I kind of feel like it's time to move on a little bit. But because my current animation project is a big one, I may keep going until Quinn Redshift is finished and then look into animation only. But we'll see. I
Okay,
mean, who
then.
knows? Maybe something will break, and the next thing I know, I like make a video that goes viral and get hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and my YouTube atheism career takes off in ways I thought it should have years ago. Who knows?
Yeah, indeed. As you say, though, it is a niche market, and you've got to have somebody who wants to sit there and listen and think about it and everything else. It's not one of those things that you can just look at, like the. Do you know the channel called The Ridiculous?
No.
They're three Australian guys who throw stuff off a tower, and
Oh, that. Okay. I
yeah,
just didn't know my name.
okay, yeah, and you look at them breaking the stuff and everything else, and it requires no effort, and I guess a lot of people like it because they've got multiple millions of subscribers, and I think they get 1 million views per video easily.
And that's weird. That is just so weird that people want to watch other people dump stuff off buildings.
Yeah, but it seems to pay their bills. I mean, and then some.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, I don't really understand why people subscribe to this, that, or the other thing anyway. I mean, like, as much as I will do unboxing videos, I don't expect lots of views for them. In fact, they're probably my least viewed videos in the first place. But there are channels that are nothing but unboxing videos. And I'm like, man, how do you have 1 million subscribers? I don't get it. You
But
know?
what are they unboxing? Are they unboxing weird shit that people want to see? Is that it?
Sometimes it's just those little weird Kinder Egg things.
Huh.
And they just put the little toys together from the Kinder Egg, and that's it.
Wow. Yeah, you wonder how that becomes so popular.
I don't know. I mean, and it's one of those things where, like, I might be happy to make it even though I won't watch it, even though that feels a little hypocritical at times. But, if other people are entertained. I mean, speaking of which, though, I mean, part of why my subscriber numbers might be at a standstill is that after I've said the same thing often enough, I'm sure there's people who just unsubscribe because they're bored.
I don't know.
I've
I mean,
heard
it
it
sounds
all.
bad, but it sounds bad, but I will say it's possible.
Yeah.
But
So,
I mean, I watch
you know,
you not only for what you say, but the way you say it. You've got a you've got a great delivery style. Okay,
well, I've
and I
wondered
like
about
that
that,
style.
though.
Hmm?
I mean, I look at the more popular channels, and it does feel like a lot of them have better delivery than I do.
Well, as you say, I'm slightly
And
biased, but
oh yeah, but I am sometimes worried that my delivery and or my voice turns people off. I mean, I have some like a whole folder full of hate comments, and at least two of them are about my voice. One person says that I use a fake baby doll voice, and I'm
oh
like,
yeah.
really? Another person said I speak like a squeaky balloon.
What?
And I'm like, me? Really?
No,
Really?
no squeaky balloon. No, 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 no.
So, but I mean, clearly there are some people who are turned off by my delivery.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's no accounting for taste. There are people for everything that exists. There are people who don't like it. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And
The weird part is that for everything that exists, there's someone out there who loves it.
yeah, I don't get that one either. I mean, I really don't.
Well, I mean, because I bet you there is someone out there with, like, used to be CDs and now it's MP3 after MP3 of elevator music. Someone somewhere thinks elevator music is the best example of music ever. And I'm just like, who is this fucker? Because I mean, I don't know if we should praise them for taking all of it off of our hands or kill them for their own good and put them out of their misery.
Yeah, indeed.
So I mean, and the weird part is, and I've often wondered this, and I know I've mentioned it before, the people that make elevator music, are they passionate about it, or is it a struggling musician who's paying the bills?
I can't help but think that, yeah, so much of that stuff comes from studio orchestras that are staffed with people like the starving artists who produce the stuff that hangs in hotel rooms.
Well, but I mean, I'm not even necessarily thinking about the people playing it. Someone had to compose it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
someone had to, like, someone with enough musical knowledge thought, hey, I know, I'm going to record elevator, I'm going to write elevator music. And either they love it or they're paying the bills. And I wonder which it is.
Yeah, you do have to wonder. And, well, I mean, if you want to stay on that same comparison, think of Bob Ross. I mean, this guy,
Okay.
produced television program for years on making these paintings. And,
Hmm.
I don't know. Was he just, it's a living, or was he passionate about happy little trees?
Well,
I
one
have
thing
to
I find
wonder.
interesting,
Hmm?
like you know me, I'm a dyed in the wool '80s kid, and so as such, I have the theme songs for a lot of shows in my head. And it turns out that almost every, at least sitcom theme in the '80s, was written and performed and sung by one guy.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah, and actually, if you listen to, like, say, the theme to Full House, and oh, I wish I could remember the other one, you hear the voice and you hear the musical style, and you're like, oh yeah, how did I not notice until now?
I just may have to go looking for 80s television themes and find out. Yeah, okay.
Start with Full House because I know it's that guy. But after that, look for stuff around about the same era, and you will start to notice the pattern.
Okay, then.
So, I mean, I that is some trivia where when I heard it, I was like, wow, okay,
And
huh.
I see that Aunt Jura is here. Hello, hello, dear. How are you? Yay, 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 yay.
It's kind of like finding out that the guy who played Shere Khan, not in the original Jungle Book, although it might be the same guy, but in Tailspin, is also Optimus Prime
Okay, okay.
from Transformers. It's just like, wow, okay, it is the same guy. Now that I know and I listen for it, it's totally the same guy. It's kind of like now, every time Rob Paulson voices a character, I'm like, holy shit, it's Yakko Warner. It's Raphael from the original Ninja Turtles. Holy shit, it's Rob fucking Paulson. I love that guy. He's my favorite voice actor. And you know
um,
what? What I would not give to find him at a convention or something and get him on camera to do a duet of Yakko's World with me. What I wouldn't give.
oh my. I don't know. Could you manage that? Could you manage to pull that
Oh, hell
off?
yeah. Oh, hell yeah. You've heard me do Yakko's World.
Well, in other words, getting past all the legalities involved.
Oh, come on. Just, I mean, it'd be me and him on camera. People do it all the time.
Oh, okay, okay. No, I didn't
It
know.
would be fine. I'm sure it'd be fine. I mean, even if I never put it on YouTube, at least I'd have it for me. You
Mm-hmm.
know?
Yeah, no, I didn't know. I don't know these things. I'm
Yeah.
kind of clueless when it comes to, well, I'm clueless, period, but that's beside the point.
I mean,
Um,
honestly, I could check fair use because I know fair use fairly well. This one I don't know, though, is what the legality is of performing a copyrighted work with the person who originally performed it, although he's probably not the copyright holder, and filming it and putting it up online. I don't know what the legality is of that in particular.
uh-huh, yeah. And I
Oh,
wouldn't
and
be
on Jared,
surprised it was like a bowl
sometimes
of
I wish I
spaghetti.
was in the voice acting business too. The problem is there are certain sounds I find very difficult to make. Like, I find it very difficult to produce a convincing scream, and my ordinary laugh doesn't have any voice in it, and so I find that difficult as well.
Okay, then.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'd love to voice act. Maybe it would be something more like doing voiceovers for documentaries or doing commercials, rather than actually trying to do narrative fiction. I did just recently do a voiceover for Brainbug, who put out a video about like different sort of retro aliens in sci-fi. kind of thing. And so he had me recite that line from War of the Worlds about, like the tiniest bacteria and, unbeknownst to humankind, they were being watched by dispassionate forces and all of that stuff. I can't quote the whole thing, but, I mean, yeah, that's something I just did. And yeah, apparently I did a good job. He liked it.
Yay.
So, I mean, maybe I could do narration rather than acting. I don't know.
I was amazed at some of the people I've heard narrating because there was a comedy troupe that's one of my favorites. One of the people from there, I found narrating stuff on PBS. PBS Nova.
Is this a name I'd know?
I do you know David Osman?
That sounds vaguely familiar, but I might be mixing it up with someone else.
Yeah, he's got a Seth Andrews type voice. The low register kind of soothing, that sort of thing, perfectly suited for what he was doing. And
Looks like he was also in A Bug's Life.
say again, hon.
A Bug's Life, the Pixar movie. It looks like he was in that.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Looks like he was a whole bunch of voices in The Tick. But not a lot else, honestly. Oh, hey, he directed something. Oh, looks like a couple of episodes of something called Everything You Know Is Wrong.
Oh, that's one of the albums that the comedy troupe produced. Yeah. Um, I'm trying to remember if he wrote that whole thing or if that was Phil that wrote that.
Well, it looks like he wrote something for Everything You Know Is Wrong. Actually, no, it looks like he wrote the whole thing.
Oh, he did.
But
Okay.
yes and no, though. No, also the other one. Yes, there's something else called Everything You Know Is Wrong, the Declassified Fire Sign Theater, and he wrote that too. Oh my God, someone is cooking something that smells so goddamn good. What is that? It smells almost like meatloaf. Whatever it is, it smells really good.
There's been some cooking going on around here lately that's had me thinking the same sort of thing. Aromas travel easily in this building, and somebody who knows how to cook was actually cooking, and yeah.
You know what I can't help but notice is, like, I think I told you about this a while back, where some of my idiot neighbors were having a no social distancing, no masks barbecue party.
Oh yeah.
And some people brought their freaking newborn to it, and they were doing these like 4 or 5 times a month at least, and now they're not.
Oops.
Uh-huh. Now I don't know if anything happened, but I know they're not doing those parties anymore.
Oh wow. Well, I can kind of say I hope at least some of the innocents didn't run into any medical problems. I mean,
Well,
if,
I
if
have
the
no idea.
if the adults who were supposed to know what they were doing ran into some medical problems, I wouldn't be as distraught as I would if the infant would have run into severe troubles.
Yes. I did see some people moving out of an apartment, but I only saw the movers. For all I know, they were cleaning out an empty apartment.
Okay then.
For all I know.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's been a weird couple of months.
I don't know. I'd like to see things settle down here to where we've got some halfway reasonable people, but I don't see that is ever going to happen, especially in this building. They're always breaking the entry doors to the building to hold them open, or all this other happy garbage they're doing.
I wish we could just, like, pause 2020. Just for a little while. Give us a month off, you know?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the only problem
Just
would
a
be you'd be
brief
looking.
a relaxation from the pandemic. That's all I ask.
You'd be looking at the clock, and then it's like, okay, we've only got 6 days of sanity left. God damn it, you know.
Uh, well, I mean, this may have been stupid or naive of me. In fact, I know it was. But part of me was kind of thinking that 2021 would be like the finish line. January 1st, when 2020 is over, the pandemic goes away because we have a vaccine. And I don't know, like it just seemed to me like the dumpster fire had to end after a year. And it looks like no, we're probably doing at least a year and a half, if not like two years total of this shit.
Yeah, I was hoping that things might start to get a little bit better by 2021, but no, as you say, no. If it does, I don't know if it's going to get worse or if it's just going to remain the same. I mean, my personal thing is, I always look at the worst rather than the best. So I'm thinking it's going to get that much worse, and all kinds of fun stuff. I just hope that I don't suffer too much. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is it didn't have to be like
I
this. That's what
know.
knocks me out is, we've just got a bunch of selfish motherfuckers
Yeah.
who, they just want to throw their weight around clearly, and it's like, and what drives me right the fuck up the wall is all those memes that say how Americans think they look, versus how they actually look and this sort of thing. And I'm realizing, what? You're just describing the right wing and we're ashamed of them too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my word.
So fucking sick of that being lumped in with the fucking wall Martians and all those guys. I'm sick of it. That's not me. It'll never be me. And I don't want them to represent this benighted, pig ignorant, backwards hillbilly country.
There you go. Mage Grey Wolf says some estimates have it as far as 2025. You mean I'm not the only one saying that? When I say it, I'm not joking. I'm not.
You know what? Okay, are there any eligible and, let's face it, attractive and single lesbians from another country that want to marry me so I can get my goddamn citizenship and leave? I mean, at this point, I want to abandon the United States as a failed experiment. But obviously, I can't because no one will honor a passport anymore because of all those selfish motherfuckers ruining it for the rest of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ah.
I'd love to run, but nobody wants me. I'm old and poor. Okay?
Well, if it comes down to it, I could probably get my parents to sneak me out to go live in their house in Oaxaca.
Okay.
Not that I want to live there because I've flown through it in Google Earth VR and it looks like the third world. But if it's the only way out of the US,
Yeah.
because honestly, I feel like this country has thrown me under the bus, doesn't want me here, and quite frankly, I don't want the people who've thrown me under the bus. So fuck it, I want out.
Hi Von Rick, how you doing, hun?
Oh, hey, it's the Von Rick. How you doing?
Okay, from Von Rick. Sorry, pandemics don't go on pause. PAWS.
Yeah,
You'd better get. You'd better. Wait. You'd get better. You'd have. Oh, I can't read. To get better, you'd have to leader that lead the people into actually listening to the medical experts. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're horribly anti-science now here in this country.
See, that's the wrong. No, we are not. Half of us are.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's.
Again with the fucking memes where they lump all of us in with the wall Martians and the rednecks, and I'm like, we are not all MAGA people. At least half of us fucking hate MAGA people.
And did you see this news knocked me over earlier today when I noticed it. Scientific American actually endorsed Biden-Harris. They felt they had to take a stand because the Trump administration is so anti-science. They had never before.
But I mean, take a stand against the people who won't give us Medicare for all, for fuck's sake. Pressure Biden and Harris to move left. And you know what knocks me out is the number of Biden, Harris, blue no matter who people who are like, look, let's just get him elected and then we'll pressure him to move left. I'm like, dude, that won't work. I mean, number one, Biden is basically a lame duck. He's not going to seek a second term. Not possible. Right. And if we don't move him left before the election, what influence do you think you have to do it afterward? You can't threaten him with withholding your vote after the election. And withholding your vote is the only weapon you have. But nobody will listen when I say that. Like, the logic is sound, but they won't listen. They don't even reply when I say that.
Yeah. Or have they done it to you? I forget whether you've said it or not, but when you say, I'd rather that Biden did some particular thing, do they pile on you with, why are you supporting Trump?
I mean, not so much. I mean, a little bit. Most of what I get is, well, here's something else that we think you want.
Oh, okay, because I'm the one that's
and I'm like,
why are you supporting Trump?
And I'm like, I'm not negotiating. If he gives me Medicare for all, UBI, ending the world's wars and unbloating the military, and the Green New Deal, give me like 2 or 3 of those and I vote for him. Some big ticket progressive item. Give me that and I will vote for Biden. And all these people who are like blue no matter who types are going like, well, you can't have that. Vote for him anyway. Or well, you can't have that. But how about this like Band-Aid policy that does nothing? You can have that. And when I say no, I was very specific. You give me these items and these items only. And they're like, well, you just don't want anyone to win, do you? And I'm like, do you think voter shaming me is going to make me want to be on your side? And do you really think that it'll be easier to get like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of disaffected, rejected, neglected progressives to change their collective minds? Or will it be easier to make one man change his mind?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
you got to change Biden if you want my vote. You have to change Biden if you want my vote.
Yeah. No, I get it entirely. It's, and of course, what I've thought, and maybe I'm full of shit and maybe I'm not, but they don't want to change because they lose their cushy positions when they do so. So instead of giving us what we want, giving folks what they want, they will, okay, you don't want Hitler, here's Stalin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is why I am not all that disappointed that I have more life behind me than ahead of me. It actually may be a lot more life behind me than ahead of me. Who can tell? I'm kind of hoping that that's the case. What I really feel for the kids, and I mean the literal kids, the humans that are
the ones that won't have a childhood,
the ones that won't have a life. Period. Yeah, because number one, they won't have the childhood. And, number two, they'll be dead before the young adulthood starts. I don't hold out much hope for the kids now. Not with the way things are going. I forget who it was that I saw put it out there earlier within the last couple of days. I think it was Stephen Bauman. I thought that Western civilization would fall apart after I was dead and gone, but I guess not. One of these things.
Well, not so much about kids, but there was a story I saw like a couple of months ago that honestly, like, it kind of stuck with me. It kind of made me, I don't know, a little sad, I guess. Even though the person who died was an idiot. What had happened was she went, I think she was like 30 years old. She went to one of those COVID immunity parties, where
Oh boy.
everyone
Okay.
catches it like they think it's chickenpox.
Yeah.
One of the very last things she said before she died to one of the nurses was, I think I made a mistake. And I'm sitting here thinking, you know what? 30 years is a long ass time, and it's not enough. And when you've ended your life at 30 through your own, like, pig ignorant mistakes, like, part of me wants to say it's hard to feel sorry for you. But another part of me says, no, that's kind of dishonest. I feel horrible for someone whose life ended that soon, you know?
Well, especially the one whose life ended that soon, and she realized it just as it was ending.
Uh huh.
Yeah, it's you would kind of wish for this person that, okay, I wish you could have that second chance, but
Mm-hmm.
fortunately, the cards were not dealt that way.
So I mean, like I say, that story is stuck with me, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to describe exactly what I'm thinking here. But there is something kind of haunting about it. I don't know. Maybe it's an excess of empathy. I don't know. But I can't get it out of my head, that story.
Yes, I don't blame you for that. No, not at all. I see how that works. Um, and it's just unfortunate that there are as many as there are here in the snafu who don't have that much going for them, who are going to go to their phlegm-filled graves, screaming, "Let us into our churches," and masks are evil.
And the thing is, like, every sort of, I hate to call it revenge fantasy because it's not, but every sort of like petty notion I've had towards the anti-maskers, like sure, let them into the church and then bolt the door behind them, kind of stuff. It's like, part of me wants to see that actually happen. Part of me knows that to make it happen, you kind of have to become the bad guy, you know?
Yeah, I
So,
fight with this all the time because I'm one of them who have said, I mean, I've said it on air, let him in and don't let him back out. And sometimes I have the feeling where I would be justified in that. And then there are other times where I'm saying, well, no, that, as you say, you've got to be evil to do that. I managed to hit my forehead against the wall a couple of times and knock some sense back into me and say, "Oh, okay, yes, I am justified." Um, it's a trolley problem, is what it is.
mm-hmm. And at this point, we might have to engage in a little bit of triage.
Yeah,
I mean, like, we might literally have no choice for the future of this country.
yeah, indeed. And then there will be those who say, "Well, what if it's you that has to be?" Okay, fine. when my mic dropped out?
No,
I
I
didn't.
actually have not touched anything except what I need to touch to go to the chat and type.
Okay, so there was one point where I lost my audio when Mom NATO left the chat. This was an earlier chat. And so I'm wondering, I was wondering if there was something, because I didn't think of anything that I had done, but you never know. Okay, it looks like it's throwing it off randomly. So I think I'm going to have to investigate the other. I guess I'm just going to have to switch to the other damn platform, damn it. Okay, we can do that. You know, we'll see if that works. So everything's back, everything's good, I hope. Yay, I think. That
Sorry, I
person.
was answering someone on the internet. He said, "How about this? The election is important, but your vote isn't. If you want change, change the system." And I was like, "Well, you can't change the system without voting for people willing to do it."
Yes, unfortunately. The only other thing I can think of to do would be to change the system by wrenching it from the hands of those who currently control it. And you know how pretty that is not.
Right. Yeah, that would result in a large amount of death, and I would rather avoid that.
Yes,
Which is
indeed.
another one of those things that these anti-maskers don't understand is I want to prevent death, and they are like refusing to let us do it.
Yeah, yeah. And this is not the fun thing. Not the fun thing at all.
Mm.
Yeah, I wonder how many other people this Mike Lawson stuff happens to. Well, I wonder how many other people stream for 4 hours.
There is that.
Oh
Speaking
my.
of which, I mean, it is 8 p.m. here, and I actually have not yet had dinner.
Oh
In
no,
fact,
we can't have
like, I
that.
don't know. I don't know if you noticed my speech slurring a little bit. That's because I was polishing off the last of the lime popsicles.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Lime popsicles. God, that sounds tasty. Now you're making me want
Oh
lime
yeah.
popsicles, and it's too late to go buy any. Damn it.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you saw my post recently, but I said that life without orange juice is not worth
I
living,
saw
and
that
I mean,
one.
I mean, adore citrus. What knocked me out was how many people said it's too acidic for them that they can't even drink OJ, and I'm like, oh, you poor bastard.
Oh my, oh my. I love, 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 love orange juice.
Mhm.
Another one I
I could
love.
live on it.
Say again?
I could live on it. I could stop drinking orange juice right now and still never get scurvy.
You've got that much vitamin C stored up. All right.
Pretty much.
Oh my. The other one I dearly love is tomato juice.
That's not even really juice. That's just cold soup.
Yeah, pretty much, but still, you know, it's, I mean, I don't even have to put vodka in it or anything like that. Just a little bit of pepper and drink it down, and everything's good.
Yeah, you can have my share.
Well, okay. Thank you.
I'm
I
just
think.
saying I don't want to drink pepper tomato juice. It's something about it. I don't know. Maybe if I heated it up so it was a glass of soup.
Oh, okay. Well, that would, yeah, that's kind of nice stuff and everything else.
I mean,
But
like, don't get me wrong. On occasion, I've indulged in a little V8, but I mean, I, I, I don't know. Somehow, it just seems like liquid tomatoes need to be heated up.
okay, okay. I take it you're not big on gazpacho.
Never actually had it.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, that's the cold
everything
soup.
I know about gazpacho comes from watching that one episode of Red Dwarf.
Oh, okay, okay.
And
It's been ages since I've made any. Someday I'll have to make some more again. It's There are a lot of things that I haven't done in
hmm,
long periods of time.
I'm really confused by something you just said
Hmm.
because it sure sounded like you were going to make a little bit of a state from the Pacific Northwest.
Wait a minute.
You said you were going to make some Oregon.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember what I thought I
You
said.
said you were going to make some more again, is what you
Tu si
said.
ne metrasta dal kollegi. Näja
But
keleveda hosta.
it sounded for all the world like you were going to make some Oregon, and I couldn't help but point it out. You know,
Yay!
it didn't land though because I think nobody really caught the. Anyway,
Yeah, the shift in emphasis.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Oh
Um,
my.
like I wonder how much of what's in my head that I think is funny is even completely incomprehensible to other people.
I suppose there's a little bit because I've been taken aback by some of it. I know that, but then again, I'm a special case. Short
Yeah.
bus.
But
Uh,
I mean, I've oh man, I don't know. There's have you ever noticed just how many lyrics nobody ever sang there are in songs?
okay.
Well, like okay, did I ever tell you about the Ricky Paws?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Okay, well there is a part of the end credits to The Big Bang Theory where like at first it sounds fairly normal, but then all of a sudden they add in this other guitar, and the guitar is going like da 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 da, and my brain turned it into Ricky Pa, Ricky Pa, Ricky Pa, Ricky Pa, Rick, like at the end of it. And like all of a sudden I start doing that for so many songs, and I start to realize like these are lyrics to songs that nobody sang except me. There's another song I listen to where it honestly sounds like they're going hot diggity dog, hot diggity dee, but it's just the instrumentals. Like no one's singing that, but in my head it sounds like hot diggity dog, hot diggity dee. And like I've started calling all of these things the Ricky Paws because the first one was the one from The Big Bang Theory, at least the first one that I really recall. And so now I'm always listening and waiting for the Ricky Paws. And in fact, I've actually expanded that a little bit. Like the definition of a Ricky Paw is any either tiny fragment or actually repetitive part that's like a tiny fragment constantly repeated in a song or a movie that you watch, like that you listen to all the time. Like there's this one line in 16 Candles that I always wait for and usually recite it along with the character, where like the little brother is told to get his sister, Molly Ringwald, and so he shouts, "Hey, birth defect!" And I'm always waiting for that to happen because it's a Ricky Paw, you see.
Okay
And
then.
I don't know if this makes sense to anybody, but I was looking it up, and this is another one of those things that makes me suspect I might be a little bit aspy.
All right. So okay,
Yeah.
the Ricky Pot thing. Do you have something that counts that would be something like full of poo, I is really full of poo, and I is really full of the poo, and I is
Okay.
so full of
No,
poo.
I'll tell you why now.
Say
I'll tell
again?
you why now. I'll tell you why that's not a Ricky Paw.
Okay.
Number one, it's way the frick too long. But number two, it uses the music that is in fact sung. You have to use just the instrumentals.
Okay. Now I understand.
That's
Okay.
only the rule for songs. I mean, obviously for movies, it's lines or maybe a bit of music, maybe, I don't know. But yeah. Um,
Now is in my to understanding to making, unfortunately to.
so I mean, it's and again, this is just something in my own head. It might be that I'll start pointing out to people, like they say, "Is this a Ricky Paw?" And I'll say, "No, it's not a Ricky Paw," and they'll be like, "I don't understand your definition if that's not one." I'm sure that'll happen. But still, you know, um, yeah. Now you
Well,
know about Ricky Paws.
yay! And
Oh,
Vonric
by the way,
says,
that's RICKY-PAH. Ricky Paw.
"Don't worry, Kate. We have always known you were special."
And but yeah, so and I should probably put Ricky Paw into Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, why not? That
But
would be horrible were you to get more success with that than with
it
epistivist,
persists.
yes. Or
Yeah.
epistivist.
Yeah. And knowing my luck, that's what I get famous for is Ricky Pa.
There you are.
Actually, the Ricky Paws sounds like, sort of a 1950s bebop or doo-wop or whatever the fuck they called it band, the ones that sort of kicked off rock and roll, the sort of at the hop kind of bands,
Yes.
those?
Yes.
Yeah, the Ricky Paws sounds like a group of people who sang in that sort of Earth Angel style.
Oh man, and now you got me thinking about George Carlin when he did one of his early routines on those sorts of things with this group with the song Jenny and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, that one. Uh,
I don't know. It's funny. One of my favorite moments, like, yes, I watch Friends. I've watched Friends many times. Hush you. But one of my favorite moments was when oh, I forget which one it was. I think it was Rachel hired a barbershop quartet to tell one of her exes he was a dick.
all
It's like
right.
when the barbershop comes in, my favorite line is, "You are just a butt munch, and no one likes a butt munch." It's like it's a great line from the. Yeah, I wish I could remember the rest of it, but it was absolutely hilarious.
Oh my, oh my.
Oh, another Ricky Pa
Moo.
is from the movie Deep Rising, because there's this one point where one of the thieves points his gun at one of the innocent guys and he goes, "I don't like you," and he looks at the guy just all sort of perplexed and he goes, "You don't even know me." And for some reason that line slays me, especially because of the way it's delivered, I guess. But I wait for that line every time. I recite it right along with the guy every time because it's hilarious, and that's clearly a Ricky Pa.
Okay then.
And yeah, redacted, I'm sure there are people who don't hear words for instruments. I'm sure that must be a thing. But I don't know. I mean, I heard there was an article about people who don't have a narrator in their head. Like, whenever I'm thinking about something, there's like a mental voice that speaks it at me. And
Right, right,
apparently, there are
right.
people who don't have that, and it's hard to fathom.
Gods, I read an article on that a while back, not that long ago, but um, I think the gist of the article was how is it that there could be people like that, and what does that say about language? Because we think in language for the most part.
Yeah.
So for those people who don't have the internal narrator, what are their thoughts like?
Well,
How
I imagine they would have to be similar to when you're a baby and pre-verbal.
my I don't remember what my thoughts were like at the time, and no, I'm not
Well,
being
me neither.
facetious. I simply don't remember. It was
Yeah,
so far, so long ago. Hmm?
I don't remember it either, but I'm sure it almost has to be like that, just a little more sophisticated because they know more than I want milk.
Yeah, and I mean,
But I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, it must be like just constantly feeling sense impressions or something. I don't even know how they can form a sentence if they can't think it first.
right there you go. And there's the other thing that I don't remember. I don't remember being pre-literate. I
You
literally
know,
do not remember a time when I could not read, and I know that that's
I,
affected the way I think.
I remember exactly one moment when not being able to read was important or a thing. Because I remember I'd been watching television, like Sesame Street stuff, and I had been going to school and they were teaching us to read. And I was trying to read what was written on the front of a neighbor's truck because they had decorated it with like the names of the family members and all this stuff.
Okay.
And I remember very distinctly because their last name was Rock. I know I've mentioned that before. And what the father had done was paint Little Rock on the front of the truck. And I remember trying to read it and going, Light T Roka, this makes no sense. And then like he popped into the window and yelled at me to get away from the truck. And I thought that was kind of obnoxious because I was just trying to read the front of it. I wasn't even touching it. But yeah, that's the only time I really remember not being able to read, except if it was written in cursive. For the longest time, I had no idea how the hell to write cursive because it didn't look like the real letters.
Oh, okay, okay. Now there, I do remember learning to write cursive, yeah, or to write cursively or whatever you want to call it.
In cursive. I've
There we
never
go.
known anyone to not say writing in cursive. It's in, yeah.
Do I
Yeah.
understand that they don't teach that in schools anymore?
I hope not. It's useless. I cannot remember the last time I used cursive for anything other than a signature.
Well, that's yeah, same here. My signature is the only way I've. Oh, I'm sorry. I've written a few abbreviations cursively.
Okay.
Like the
But I
fifth,
mean,
would be th in cursive.
okay, that seems weird, but okay. The only thing that like now that we are not using ink and quill anymore, cursive does not make sense. There's no reason to use it.
Yeah, I decoratively maybe, but that's it. Yeah.
It's just I don't know. I mean, I look at some of the letters and like a capital G. On what moon man planet is that a goddamn G?
That is something I've always noted. That even in the days when I was first learning cursive, it's how is that a G? I don't understand how that is a G.
Yeah.
The other letters, for the most part, you could see kind of how they morphed from block to cursive. Um,
Well,
okay, you were.
I think part of the problem is when they show them to you, they leave on all of the connecting bits. Like if they would just show the letter and not where it connects to anything, you'd be able to tell what the hell letter it is a lot easier. But when they leave the part of the loop that's going to go to another letter, oftentimes that like changes the shape enough that you can't really tell what it like. Look at a Z, a cursive Z.
Yeah,
I just and not to mention that gigantic two that is a capital Q.
there's one I didn't understand either. Yeah, how do you get that? How do you get a
Well,
Q out of that?
okay, if you take the top arc and extend it downwards on the left hand side so that you see more of a circle, then you can see how it's a Q. But because they start that upper loop in the middle of the letter, that's what makes it look like a two.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can remember, I forget how old I was, but the Slimy Bastards had bought a Kenmore automatic washer, and it had a number of cycle select buttons on it, and they were labeled with letters, and they were cursive letters. And I didn't get how that funny looking thing was a G, but it was. Um, what are you going to do?
To make this even easier on us to see it, let me just pull up a picture of cursive letters and maybe it'll help. Like, okay, it has always bothered me that the capital A looks like a lowercase a, right? Oh, by the
Okay.
way, are you able to see my cursor?
Let me see. I'm not seeing. Wait. I don't think I'm seeing it.
Okay. Well, all right. If you look at the uppercase Q, here, whoopsie. Yeah, we don't need to see that. Um.
There
Okay.
we go.
So,
Yes, there's the uppercase Q. It looks like a
all
two.
right. So
Oh, now I can
extend.
see your cursor. Yeah.
Okay. So extend the arc this way, and all of a sudden you can see how it's a Q. Like if this is a circle, and then you get the little down at the bottom there.
Okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yes, yes, yes.
But because they don't connect it up, it's a problem.
Okay, then. Move
And you look
beef.
at that A, that freaking uppercase, lowercase a, for fuck's sake. And how is this a Z? On what friggin' planet is that a Z?
You know what that looks like? That looks like Tet, which is the German counterpart to Z.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if that's kind of where it came from.
So I don't know if anyone sort of noticed it when I was accidentally scrolling, but Telltale made a thing where he wanted people to meme a picture of him, and I did.
Butt plug powers activate!
I mean, it does
Yay!
look like he just sat down on something and he's not happy about it. Yeah. So I figure, why not? I am most people decided to go with, wow, creationists made a stupid argument and I'm reacting to it funky, but I decided to go with butt plug powers activate. I'm having a little too much fun with Photoshop.
Move beef.
Yeah. Oh, man.
My. Okay, so I'm seeing from
may
Von
have
Rick.
to, I may have to go get food soon because I am starting to get quite hungry.
Oh my, we cannot have Kate wasting away here. That would not be a good thing. I would miss the Kate.
Yeah. Oh God, I have a whole bunch of face app photos on my desktop. Jesus, Harold Christ. And
that's the one you used to run my picture through, right? FaceApp? Yeah,
yeah.
okay, so now I know the program you're talking about.
Take a wild guess who that is.
Wait a minute. Oh, almost familiar, but not quite.
It's Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, okay. I was almost gonna say it, but I wasn't sure. And then, yeah, when you say it, it's staring right at you.
All right, how about this one?
Again, vaguely familiar, but I'm not placing it.
It's Elon Musk.
All right.
Yeah. Let's see. What else do I have? Because I was scrolling through. I saw a whole bunch of them. Wait a minute. Is that just a picture of Xena, or did I do that to Xena? No, that's someone was talking like, oh, hey, look, you have the same birthday as Alexandra Tidings, and I'm like, I have a signed picture. It's signed by Ted Rainey, but I have a picture of her that's signed.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Here we go. Well, I'm looking for another one.
Joe Biden 2020, slightly less terrible than Guy B.
Yeah. You know what? I should just see these as icons so I know what the hell I'm looking at because I named them. I gave them really funky names, these pictures. Let's see. Where's a good one? Where's another one? Oh, you'll recognize this dude.
Oh my word! I'm the name. I'm trying to come up. Copeland.
Yeah, there you go. And then, of course, there's that.
Oh my! Again, so vaguely familiar.
It's Captain Picard.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Here, I thought you'd done a whole complete Photoshop job with lifting the head and putting it on Picard's body, but no. Okay.
No, that's FaceApp with versus Patrick Stewart. Yeah, I was having fun. Anyway, that's pretty much all of those I have at the moment, and honestly, people are probably sick of those. So it was a fun ad for about a week.
I'm still using the one you did for me as a Twitter icon.
I've noticed.
Because I'm too lazy to change it, basically.
Yeah. I did a couple of them where I made like myself look like a guy, and it's terrifying.
Wait a minute, Purple. Shannon Q was tweeting about me. I hope it's I hope it's not terrible.
Yeah. Um. Anyway, like I said, I really have to eat. So
Okay, I might as well allow you the time and opportunity to do so. And
yes.
yeah, that would be a good thing. This way, as I say, Kate would not waste away in anything like that. So, oh my, oh my, oh my. But that's the, I guess yeah, get some food, yummies and tasties, and pet the kitties, and oh my word, yeah, all kinds of good stuff, right?
Yeah. And now I have to decide what to eat, though.
Oh
But
my,
I can figure it out. I'll figure it out.
have you got a house full of ingredients but no food?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have some stuff I can microwave, but I don't know. I did just I did just replace my rice cooker because the old one, the Teflon was starting to wear off.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I probably should do the same.
so I'm doing stir fries again. I just bought a whole bunch of vegetables so I can put them in with with the chicken, and I have a whole cabinet full of spices, so I can do that. Or I could just microwave up one of those ham English muffins.
Oh my. I like those words, English muffin.
Let me guess, you don't like the word microwave.
I don't know. What do you get when you microwave an English muffin? Anything good?
Well, I mean, it's basically like an egg McMuffin, but microwavable. Prepackaged. So it's an English muffin with ham and egg on it.
That sounds
Oh, and
fair.
cheese. I left out cheese.
Oh my, gods! It sounds delicious.
It is. It really is. But I mean, it tastes like you just went to Denny's, which isn't bad. I like Denny's, but I'm just describing it.
Now you're making me want one.
Nah, 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 nah.
I'll have to wait until tomorrow. I'll tell you. Once the FedEx person gets here, and then maybe I can go to Squalmart and get some English muffins and some ham and some cheese and good stuff like that. I mean, I might be able to find something prepackaged if I looked hard enough, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I found it. I don't know about you, lady. So what Shannon Q just tweeted about me, and it's like there's no accounting for taste. Okay,
Do you know what she tweeted about you?
I'm looking at it right now. It says, "I just want everyone on Earth to know that Lavender Lady is a beautiful woman, and I adore her. You're a kind,
Oh,
loving, amazing human, Diana, and you mean a lot to people." With a whole bunch of hearts thrown in there, and it's like, where did you ever get an idea like that?
uh,
I'm serious. I don't know where anybody would get an idea like that.
the way you said it, though, I mean, it sounded like Shannon Q tweeted about me. There's no accounting for taste. I don't know why she doesn't like me. Is where I thought you were going with that. I didn't
No, I
realize
don't
how.
understand why she does like me. It's like, where did this come from?
Well, I mean, but you understand my confusion.
Yes, I do. I do. Yeah, I'm a very confusing person. Uh,
All right.
oh,
Well,
we're gonna have a talk
anyway,
with this woman.
it is dinner time, so I will talk to you later Sunday, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Oh, I just wanted to let you know I have to see what time the live stream is on. I'm going to be on Linda Nielsen's program on Thursday.
I'm not sure I know who that is.
She's. Do you know who Morton Nielsen is?
Not
The
even a
person
little
in
bit.
the audience of movie night.
In the audience of movie night, no.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, they're Morton and Linda are out of. Is it? Help me out here, Purple. Is it Denmark or is it Norway? Um, Linda is also known as her channel is called A Bit of Tea in Danish.
Oh,
So
that
it's
sounds familiar.
so they are out of Denmark, yeah, and she's going to be doing a tribute to Jeff Strike on Thursday. She asked if I would participate, and I said, yeah, absolutely, I'd be honored. So I guess that I know of, there's me, there's Tornado, and there's JC Striking.
Ah,
So
well, yeah, okay. I the truth is that when it comes to movie night, I usually listen and don't participate all that much. I'm not really sure why. I guess it's partly because I don't have a lot to say.
okay,
You know, I mean, like there have been times I've thought about asking to be on movie night, but then I realize how useless I'd be
oh please,
because no, I'm dead ass serious. Because a lot of the times when someone shouts drink, they have a scientific objection, and I'm much more philosophy. You know, so I honestly would have so little to say that I would not be a benefit there.
okay.
On
I keep thinking you're more science oriented than you actually are. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, like the fact that I've never been on movie night is not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
do remember having seen you in the audience last week.
Yeah. Well, I have a tendency to like stop typing and then like put on, say, Google Earth VR and just listen while I fly around the world.
Okay.
Anyway, dinner
Oh,
now. Have fun. I'll talk to you later. Bye
okay.
bye.
You take care. Oh my. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was the absolutely amazing bionic dance, Kate Farr. God, she's such a wonderful lady. She really is. She really is. I know that I know that my 93 ton crush on her is world renowned, but no, I'm serious when I say that she's absolutely fantastic. Something I never would have known the first time I saw one of her videos years and years ago. I mean, having met this woman, she's just exemplary in many ways. So keep it up, Kate. Love you dearly. I really do. Oh my little, what do we have going on over here? I love that purple. Yeah, before COVID started, I was going to mail myself to her, meaning Linda, so she could unbox me. We could go tour the Lego factory. I like that. I like that. I like that. Um, oh my, oh my, oh my. And I don't know why I don't know why I mean the world to you, Tara, but no, really and truly. Um, Jeff and I talked about this. Um, he would give me the compliments and everything else, and I would not understand where they were coming from. I still don't understand where they would come from. I don't know what it is I do that engenders these compliments. But I don't know. It seems that I wish I knew what it was so I could keep doing it. You know, right now it's just hit and miss, or hit or miss, or whatever the hell it is. Um, yeah, there you go. I'm real. Yeah. I would hope so because were I imaginary, I'd be kind of like gods, wouldn't I? It wouldn't be a good thing. Oh my! All these people saying I'm a nice person. You don't, you know, guys don't know me very well, do you? I mean, just ask any of my exes. Well, a couple of my exes are dead now, so you really can't ask them. But those that are still alive, let's put it that way. God, it's amazing though when I come to think about it. Um, when you're at a position where where multiple exes are no longer alive. Yeah, well, that's that was a momentary lapse in sanity, wasn't it, Purple? Oh man, yeah, that would be kind of easy, or not kind of. That would be kind of fun to try to do that here because this is arranged so differently now that I'm trying to think of where I'd put you. The floor plan isn't as open as it would be, or as it used to be. Move things around a little bit, but I don't understand why you wanted the floor. I mean, there was the sofa bed there. I'd have taken the floor. Oh my! And then there's this kitty. Yes, there is kitty ears and kitty face and kitty nose. And why this one sticks around, I have no freaking idea. Oh, I know. Here, this is why Sylvia sticks around. Yeah, it's the opposable thumbs are useful for stripping Chicky off the bones. Oh, Scheiße, zu viel Scheiße. Es ist scheißvoll. Oh my. Yeah, I think that's it, Von Rick. I think that's it. There's the what she gets most of the time though is quite boring. I mean, it's Iam's kibble, and she looks at it and looks at me and says, "It's not Chicky." I said, "You're right." And she stuffs her face in it and so, okay, this is all I'm getting today, isn't it? Oh my. Yeah, we will be. Yeah, they'll take over the world. Um, but I have to do this. I have to actually spring for the cash. It's too bad that you cannot get things like the pre-made rotisserie chickens with food stamps. And I actually say this seriously because, okay, yes, dear. How many people are there? And I say this rhetorically. How many people are there out there who cannot cook, who do not have whatever is necessary? They don't have a range, or they don't have a hot plate, or they don't have a skillet, or any of that sort of thing. So food stamps to them mean a lot less than they do to someone like me. Where I can I can get say some chicken thighs, and I can fry them up and eat them. But a person living in one room over a bar probably cannot do something like that. Yes, this is what I'm after. This is what I'm after, Purple. Yeah. And these people have a harder time eating than I do, or than you do. It's. I know that those who designed the program, I know what they had in mind, and well, it's kind of stupid for them to have in mind anyway, because they thought, okay, these people are not going to buy actual food; they're just going to buy snack food and everything else, and they're going to waste these food stamps that we are grudgingly giving them. That whole deserving poor idea, and they're missing the entire point. As you said, how many of them live in one room, no kitchen of any sort? They're not allowed to have a hot plate. I can imagine how many of them have, I used to call them a hot pot. I don't know what they call it now. It was about the size of a can of soup. Uh, Once you reconstituted the soup, it would hold that amount of liquid. And you plugged it into the wall and you heated your reconstituted soup in there. And that's, what I would have on a Sunday evening when I was at university the first time. Because you didn't have Sunday dinner on the meal plan. You had to fend for yourself. Uh huh. There you are, and there's the other one. I mean, I know what. Purple knows what homeless is like. I know what homeless is like. I've been homeless 3 times, and let me tell you, I'm not about to be homeless a fourth time, but that's another story. Um, and even one of the times I was homeless, I wasn't living in a truck or I wasn't living on the street. I was living in the bombed out shell of a house, which, for whatever reason, I don't know exactly why the electricity was not turned off, but it wasn't. So I was still able to operate out of there somewhat. Okay, redacted. Yep. Uh huh. And, people who are in situations like this, how do you manage here in the snafu? And I think I have to start calling it a snafu on a regular basis for those who didn't hear me describe it the first time. It is CNAFU, Central North American Fascist Union. Um, and I'm serious, when I say that, but it's another story entirely. Um, the situations that people are in, the bases are not covered. A lot of people are left to fall into the cracks. And the people who are setting up the programs, who are writing the legislation to allow for them, I think for the most part just don't care. And it's not that they don't think of everything, it's that, what are these people? What do they mean? Um, which, let's get down to the basis. Everybody is worth something, really. But I'm going to bring out the old trope. You're going to love me for it. How many Einsteins are you letting die for lack of a meal or for lack of protection from the elements, that sort of thing? Those who could make a scientific contribution, for example, or a contribution to the arts or to the social services or whatever. Right. Oh, right, right. You are absolutely correct, Purple. People who have always had a steady income have no concept of how someone can fall to that level, and you're looking at someone who learned the hard way. And I think maybe, if I have to speak for myself, if I have to pat my own back here, maybe that's one of the reasons I appreciate this. I was not born poor, I became poor. So I know what it was like to have. Um, my wife and I had a combined income of about $40,000 in, say, 1982. So we were doing pretty darn well. And I was pretty darn comfortable. And then, when the things that led to my position currently occurred, I had to learn, really, I learned really quickly that none of the things I had were to be taken for granted, or any of the things I had from that moment on were not to be taken for granted. Um, oh, wow. Mage Grey Wolf says, if I could afford a 10-acre lot, I could feed my whole community. That is amazing. It really is. Um, oh, yeah, Redacted. Absolutely. The richest country in the world and people are hungry. Who was it that wrote or said or whatever it is that um, people are not poor because they don't, what is it, because they don't have enough. They are poor because those that have never have enough. Something like that. Oh, wow. I don't remember. You very likely, very, you very likely told me about that, Purple, but I don't remember you mentioning it. But okay, help design a self-sufficient homestead that could support 6 to 8 people on 10 acres. Geez, yeah, okay. The self-sufficient part. That's the amazing thing. Yeah, I know you didn't have gold toilet or anything like that, but I'll bet it was reasonably comfortable too. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. I didn't see you say anything about the channel banner. I didn't see that yet, Tara. I'm gonna have to take a look and see what that is. Yeah, I know that feeling, honey. Yeah, you need to buy the land, and the other thing is that I don't know when you designed the self-sufficient homestead. Was that absolutely self-sufficient? Was it something where you could erect a fence around it? Nobody went in, nobody went out, and you'd still be fine? Oh, wow, redacted. Yeah. Redacted says, I was born to homeless teenagers, but through hard work and determination, I've made it all the way up to abject poverty. Oh, yeah. You wouldn't have made it that far here, let me tell you. Well, Amiga, I haven't been looking at too much today. I got up on a little. I got up a little on the way. Okay, let's try this again. I'm gonna have to close up pretty soon. I got up a little on the late side, and then I was setting up for the show. And then I was in that conversation with Lee Strobel. That was a shitload of fun. So that took up a lot of my attention. Um, Yay! There is his. You can send it to me on Twitter. Yay, 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 yay. Yeah, so, I don't know. I'm going to have to work on something here. I don't know how many of you saw it or not. Lee Strobel had put up something about how proteins couldn't self-assemble. What was it? Functional proteins. And he was putting up a straw man, of course. It was in further conversation, it came out that he meant the proteins we know and love today could not self-assemble. And of course, that's correct. But nobody says that the proteins we know and love today could self-assemble or could have self-assembled. Well, when I pointed that out to him, he had said, how did he put it? You missed the point of what I was saying. I said that the proteins we know and love today could not have self-assembled. Okay, so you knew you were putting up a straw man. So I'm going to have to do something about that one of these days. I'm going to have to get back into making the videos, and that's going to have to be one of them. Yeah, you can dance naked to Queen. You can do that. Oh my! But I'll tell you what, kids. It is getting very near midnight where I am, and I am going to want to be awake tomorrow to be waiting at the picnic table. Yeesh. I hope I'm not going to sit out there all day. I mean, this is the thing I don't like about common carriers, where they don't tell you when they're going to show up. All they tell you is, between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. So you get to sit out there and you wait for 12 hours. And it's really fun in the middle of winter, by the way. But, what the hey. So yeah, I'm going to want to be awake. So I'm going to want to be asleep. And I'm starting to lose track of what I'm talking about. So, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to say that I want to thank everyone who's here. I want to thank everyone who's not here. I want to thank Shannon. I want to thank Shannon Q. Like I say, I don't know where she got the whole idea that I'm so wonderful. I mean, I don't know where she got the idea to post about it, but thank you. Seriously. It means a lot. It really does. And you guys mean a lot to me. You absolutely, really, and truly do. Because, okay, you show up here, which indicates to me that, okay, you appreciate these productions. Maybe you're all coming to see Kate, and that's okay. That's fine. I come here to see Kate, so. But still, you keep coming back, and it indicates to me that you like it, and I am so thankful. I am so pleased. I do thank you for that. I thank you for the appreciation. It means a lot. When you spend an entire life being told what a piece of shit you are, this sort of thing here is a lot of help. And I'll keep doing it as long as you keep liking it, in one form or another. No, Vonrick, Kate took off. She was needing some foodstuffs, and she's very likely stuffing her pie hole right now. And that's a good thing. That means that she will not waste away, and she can be back on Sunday. Yay, Stool. You come from the fish tank. Yeah, you're going to get a little bit more, I think. Like I said, tomorrow I've got to stay here, and I've got to wait for the delivery to show up. But I think on Thursday, there are some papers I have to deliver. And the place I have to deliver them is right by one of the shopping centers that I frequent, and there's a pet store there, and I might look to see what sort of fishies they have, and I might get a few more fishies, depending on what they've got, and they might be a little bit easier to see than. Oh, okay. We'll see how dense I am, Von Rick. Yeah, bonk, bonk, bonk. But yeah, you guys might be seeing. We'll see how it works. You might be seeing a few extra fishy faces in that box of water back there come the weekend, and yay! It's going to take me a little while to get this thing up and running, and that's the best part. Just spending the time getting it up and running. And the little one loves it. The little one's got fish vision. So it's better than television. At least she thinks so. And that's a good thing. And, okay then. But, Stool says, yay, fishies, yay. I'm just sorry that Jeff can't see them. So when he was here, I hadn't had the tank up. It was going to be a long time before that tank started going up. It didn't have anything in it, and I remember him. I remember him saying, "Oh, look at the invisible fishies," uh, and yeah, I started getting the idea to get things going and everything, but unfortunately, he was no longer here to see it. He's my dear friend, and I miss him. I really do. But okay, yeah, I have to see what time it is. I'm going to be on Linda's stream on Thursday, talking about Jeff. Let's see if she left me a time. No, I don't see the time yet. She hadn't sent me an answer yet. Well, of course, she's halfway around the world, so. Well, not quite halfway, but maybe a quarter of the way around the world, so yeah, she might just be getting started pretty soon. But on Thursday, I'll be on her show along with Tornado Pelt and Cy Strikling, Jeff's stepdaughter, talking about, okay, it's noon, huh? Okay. Yeah, Linda's show, definitely. Noon CST. All righty. Now I know what time I have to be awake, so it'll be 1 p.m. in my time zone. Thank you for putting that up there, sincerely. And then on Friday, movie night is going to be a tribute to Jeff. So it's going to be at a different time, if I remember correctly. I think that it's going to be at noon rather than at 11:30 p.m. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay. You'll be there as well? Okay, yay! Yay, 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 yay. Oh, yay. And then, okay, so we've got that going. We've got Friday going. And then I have absolutely no idea what our theme will be on Sunday. You know, as if we actually stay on a theme for more than a minute and a half. Uh, kind of like the way that works. But we'll have coffee on Sunday, and we'll have chat on Tuesday, and all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah, and I see by my clock that we've been going 5 hours. So I love all you guys. I really do. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything, really and truly. I just hope I can say it right sounding without sounding empty. But okay, I guess what we will then do is we will say thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side. Love you all dearly. Thank you.